Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys.
Upgrade your membership to gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday.
A lot of names, a lot of familiar faces, and another chance for $50 to sign up for PSR Gold. It's going to be a lot of fun. Why wouldn't you want to be on this list, huh? Frank, that's a great question. Does AI determine the winner? No, Frank. The fastest horse does. So shout out to everyone that's a member. We appreciate you guys. We let our horses run forever. 2.5 hours. Hey, we're racing. It's Antonio. Here we go.
And they are off.
You know I'm not winning this. My horse ain't like this.
And here comes Big Show, who says 2 minutes is too long. Big Show wants this race to end right now. Going to be moving into the stretch soon. K-Wolf up front. Saturated making a move. And there's nasty motherfucking Nate. Director 97. And he should have been Director 97. $100. P-wanting all the money.
Oh my God,
Director! And it's Director 97. Back.
Oh my God!
Fresh, take it home! We're 6-5-4! Oh God! Saturated. Friedrich gonna come home with it. Is it Billy Friedrich's time? Is it his time? No, it's not. Cody Norton making this filling the fight with his well. Filling the fight. How dare you throw his down? Does Coin have enough space to get home? Or will Daby take care of business? Here comes the show. A third win for Director 97.
But Connor Mack takes out. He might be blowing his load a little bit too early. Does anybody? The contest. Here comes Iron Eagle out of nowhere. Iron Eagle.
It's a packed race. 5 seconds. Bristol from the back. Bristol. The Napoli won the match.
Get 'em, Jimmy, where low shack at? The bottle's getting empty, I'm not cracking, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated Pub Sports Radio. Time to get educated, who get produced, play the juice, let loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call the truth. They get slaughtered, can't forget Jeff and Low Baggers in the chat. That's a little weapon, cause we lead. Oh yeah, pubbing. We be pubbing!
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Hope you had a great Independence Day. Now it is Venezuela's Independence Day. Huge celebration for Venezuelans everywhere, Jose included. Will it end with glory against Canada in the quarterfinals of the Copa America? something I've yet to bet. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. I am looking at the highlights here on pubsportsradio.com of the cappers yesterday. Troy Torrance coming off an excellent day, up 2.24 units. Coin with an excellent day, plus 2.03 units. Justin McKelvey, plus 1.12 units. I know where I hurt us with the Argos. That was a very difficult game to watch. 10 years ago, I would have been extremely angry. I know that games like this happen where every possible thing that could go wrong goes wrong. Argos lose the turnover battle 5-0. A missed field goal at the end of the first half cost me the minus 1.5. The 5 turnovers led to 17 points. The under was such a clear bet in that football game. As clear as day. Even that I even went in live when it was 6-3 again. Even that just a half point better number, because I was like, how are these teams going to score? The Roughriders had 14 first downs and scored 30 points. 268 net yards. In the CFL. In the NFL, it's a little different. In the CFL, that's absolutely nothing. So I'm very upset. We sweep the board last week and give it all back in the Argos game. So very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. But it is what it is. We move on to today. And I'm pumped up about this show. We start off with an absolute bang. We have our guy Flash from BetUS joining us to talk Euro and then talk Copa. We are in business here. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. We got Truth Teller in the house. Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk, play of the day. Phillies and Braves, first 5 under 4. I took a I would have been on it. I took a very, very long look at it. I was surprised it was moving to the over. It made no sense to me that it would be moving to the over. I love that you have the balls not to care about that, Billy. And maybe I get there. Justin McKelvey, stacks play of the day. Padres over 8.5. Get that locked in. Padres over 8.5. Get that locked in. Morgan Spooner, play of the day is the White Sox first 5 money line. Let's get that locked in. I'm going to keep copying and pasting plays as we roll through, but let's get right after it. Let's start with the bang. We've got a lot of soccer to talk out. So let's bring on my co-host here, celebrating Venezuelan Independence Day, coming to us from San Antonio, Texas, home of the Southtown 101, the best bar in Texas. Please welcome Jose Bouet to the telecast. Jose, you look dressed up for Venezuelan Independence Day. I like it, man. How are you?
We're taking this shit seriously today, Jimmy. We're taking it seriously. I mean, come on.
I respect
we have a big
that.
game tonight. Game that will hurt friendships perhaps tonight. Will I text Ghoster with a bulbous lips tonight maybe and slander his name in Belleville? Maybe I will. Will I message Spenny Pennybomb? Will I message Sam Colmer and tell him about how shit Delta is and how Caracas, Venezuela is 6 times the place you'd want to live than Delta?
Sure.
Maybe I will.
Maybe
I
you
will. But today we're taking this shit very seriously.
Well, we already have Nuke Worker here in the chat. Canada plus 175 versus Jose's team right there with ton of confidence.
Good, Nuke. Good. I hate for that pension to fly away that quickly, Nuke. I'd hate it.
We have Ron Crawford listening on his drive to Atlanta. His dog of the day is the Philadelphia Phillies. We got Jay Peasy, Nordy, Jacob, Nate Dogg, Troy Torrance, Rem Most, BT, Dana Delp, Lucas Ryan. That's Monica laying big on Germany. We're going to talk that all out right now. James Parham. Luke Murphy started writing a new novel this week and listening to my sweet. I don't know about that, Luke, but esteemed author Luke Murphy in the chat. Lee Davis, Occupancy, Serious Business, G. Martinez. Great to see all of you guys. Well, let's bring in the star of all things footy, by far my favorite soccer capper in the world. He was a professional Premier League star and now getting that cash, capping the sport. Coming to us from Escazú, Costa Rica. Please welcome our friend Gordon Watson. Flash in the house. Flash, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem at all, boys. I'm just Jose. Are you going for an interview today, or what?
No, I'm taking this shit seriously, Flash.
Can you fill in, like, give me a bit of education here? Because obviously, 1776, the US got independence. And did you, like, the next day think, oh, that's a good idea? We'll do that too.
No, it took us a couple more years. 1810, I think.
A couple.
We had to tell the Spanish to go.
That's
fuck
34
themselves.
years. That's 30. It took you 34 years.
Yeah, shout out to Simon Bolivar. Fuck the Spanish, you know?
Jesus. Well, we got churches older than your country. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, congratulations. Let's not start with a negative. Let's find out.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're not starting negative.
No, I just thought you was going for a job interview.
He's looking sharp today, Flash. He's taking things to the next level.
Exactly.
He thinks that if he doesn't wear his effeminate tie-dye shirts, that maybe he will lead his country on to glory. Do you think that the Venezuelan team is watching the show right now and yelling at everyone, look, Jose is taking it seriously. We must as well.
I think it's 0-0. I have actually taken 0-0 at plus 600. I took the draw. Now the money is all coming for the draw. It was plus 218, and now I'm seeing like plus 195. Now I always have a rule in any game. It's team A, team B, regardless, and the draw, anytime it's around plus 200, a high amount of times it will end in a draw. Now look at these two sides coming into this game. Neither of them thought they were going to get here. By the way, Canada were meant to be the whipping boys of this tournament, and yet they brought in their tournament form from the last World Cup. So all credit to them. Venezuela got away with absolute murder by playing against the best team with 10 men. Keeper chucked a couple in, and then they went from strength to strength. But that group was absolute nonsense. You've got Jamaica there, who've only ever scored one goal in the Copa America in its history. So again, getting that win against Ecuador, I feel as if there's a fear tonight of not losing. I think there's a fear of winning, because I don't believe that if someone goes 1-0 down in this game, I think the game's over. So I believe that there'll be no goals. So you can go draw half time. It's going to be around, I don't know, maybe minus 105. That tells you everything straight away. I think the under 2.25, I'll show my ass in Burton's window if there's 3 goals in this game in 90 minutes. I think top whack, someone wins it 1-0, but I've taken the plus 600 of 0-0. And remember, there's no extra time. It goes straight to penalties.
Yeah. I love it, because I was looking, I don't cap soccer. Of course, if you don't cap, you're not betting all the time. I was looking at the different ways of betting this. I looked at the 0-0 after 10, 0-0 at halftime, 0-0 full game, but that doesn't pay. Or sorry, tie after 10 minutes, tie at half, and tie full game. Tying them all together doesn't even pay half. It pays about half of what calling the 0-0 final score pay. That's plus 650 here for me right now. Yeah. I'm in. Just put $100 on it, plus 650.
Yeah, and I tell you what, you then do is you have the under 2.25, because if you get B, if you lose that 0-0, it's going to be maybe a 1-0. Because if whoever scores, if Venezuela score, then Canada have got to come out and have a real go. And they're not blessed with natural finishers. If Canada go one up, then Venezuela have got problems. So I just believe that both of them are going to have the old Chinese standoff, look at each other and go, well, no. I think the game will be over 80 meters. I think the defenses will both defend deep. It's a really, really close matchup, because neither of them are meant to be here. So when you get here, you don't throw caution to the wind. You try and protect what you've already got. And I see this being a draw.
0-0 final score plus 650. I love. In fact, I'm going to move on this while we're here on the show. I love the look from Flash here. Jose, your thoughts on how are you betting Venezuela, Canada? Take it away.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing we did last night. Me and Jimmy both took the under last night. Ecuador, those fucking cunts, scoring that goal there at the end was very annoying. Very annoying. But, we push, we move on. I just keep betting these unders, because especially, again, in the smaller countries against big teams, they're just going to defend and try to get to 90 minutes. And both of these teams, and I've been saying this for the last week, this had draw written all over it the moment this line came out, because both these two teams are going to be scared to try to go out there and try to extend themselves. And they're going to be like, all right, we'll take our chances in penalties. And then when penalties happen, it'll be irreparable damage to me and Jimmy's relationship. That's just what's going to happen. Whatever the result may be, our relationship will be different from today on. And it's going to be very interesting to see how all that works.
Jose, what price of Venezuela to win on penalties?
Let me tell you right now, because Jimmy told me the other day that they were like 4-1 or something like that for the first games. And we were talking about them being
plus 450 each way, plus 450.
See, it's amazing though that they're plus 450 when if there was extra time involved, they would be 900. So forget that. Just go with the draw or go with the under and go with maybe the correct score of 0-0. Because if you get dicked on 0-0, it's only 1-0. And that means you're going to pick up your full under 2.25. Is that juice, by the way, the under?
I got minus 124. So
you're chasing it. I'd go under 2. Why would you go under 2.25? I think
I don't even hate under
1.5.
1.5. Yeah, plus 190.
There you go. So that's probably the way that you save it. Because if it's, I tell you now, if it's over 1.5, it'll be 1-1. You know what I mean? So you've still got the draw at plus 205. Plus 205 is big, you know.
You could do the reverse of our good friend, the Alex Classic, Flash. You could go both teams to score no minus 115, put it with the under as well, and feel great about yourself.
I always feel great about myself, Jose.
I do not, so I'm glad you do.
I know, obviously, because you have mirrors. But listen, don't worry about that.
I love it. I just moved on it. 0-0 final score plus 650. It's a much smarter way of handling things. I'd much rather, bet small amount in a sport that I don't cap and have an opportunity for a huge reward. And it's a much smarter way of betting it than what I was putting together. So I love it.
By the way, Jimmy, Scout's honor, I will not text you during the game. I have respect for my father, and I will not text him during the game. But just know my friend's getting engaged today. And we're going to I'm going to the beach after this, and we're going to a bar. And I told you my lips might be disgusting tonight, but Scout's honor, I will not text you tonight.
What beach are you going to?
Corpus, the one where everyone's getting eaten by sharks.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, you're all right. Like, Jesus, shark could be swimming away, thinking you're going to take a bite out of it. Listen, don't go in the water, please, Jose.
Yeah, no, I don't
all
plan
my
on
material.
It.
The tricky part in this, Jose, and I was in a fight once, and the guy I was fighting hated me so much, and I didn't care. I couldn't care less. And in this spot here, you care so much about this game. And look, I'm freewheeling, no concerns at all. Can't wait to watch a little footy tonight with my Canadian brethren. I think you're in a very, very uncomfortable spot. The pressure is all on you. The pressure is all on Venezuela. We weren't supposed to be here,
but nor were they, Jimmy. Nor were they. They were asked.
Well, some people, Flash, said from the very beginning they were winning this group and it wasn't going to be close. Flash. Yeah, some people said immediately.
Then some people were only Venezuelans.
Well, yeah. You had to listen to those people sometimes.
Well, you got away with murder because the refs are Venezuelan.
Storm is coming. A storm is coming in Dallas, Texas. There is going to be 100,000 Venezuelan people packed into that arena somehow, some way, and they're all going to be cheering for the fucking Maroons, dude. And you guys are fucked. And if it goes to penalties, that place is going to be silence because we are a bunch of choke artists.
Yeah. What about, are they giving the tickets away then?
They should.
Are they
because
free?
That's the only way to get people to go to these fucking games.
It's the only way Venezuelans are going to afford it. I mean, their money is not no good for nothing. You know what I mean? Oh my God, 100,000.
I am going to be paying the tickets I bought for the Venezuela game for the next year. So shout out to Affirm as well.
or is that a subtle? I need a raise. That's hence the interview, the undercover interview that you're saying that really your friend's getting engaged and you're just going to slip into another company.
Yes, obviously, yes. But no, I'm going to be polluted tonight, Jimmy. So put your heads up.
Canada are the favorites, but on the books.
There has been a big line move towards the Venezuelans right now at Pinnacle. We have. Oh, I guess is it come back? My
Yes, plus
goodness.
195 according to this.
Oh,
Did you do this graphic though,
my
Jose?
goodness! What a so this is so the opposite. The opposite here at Pinnacle than what happened at 365. When we looked at this initially at 365, when it first came out, no, they were later to the party. This had wow. So my God, have you seen this, Jose? So this opened up with Venezuela at plus 165, Canada 175. Then Venezuela went down to 150, and then Venezuela went down to 140. Canada's the favorite now at bet 365 here, which is a shock. At Pinnacle, the same thing has happened. Venezuela has gone from plus 132 all the way up to plus 200 this morning. Up 200, a huge move towards the freewheeling, not a care in the world, no pressure on them Canucks. Them crazy Canucks, Jose.
Yeah, take the draw.
Wow, I love it. I love it.
They can't split them then, can they? Take the draw.
I love it. I love it. And the draw opened up at Pinnacle at plus 225, now at plus 180.
Underestimate us.
That tells you everything, Jimmy. That tells you.
We're here.
Has that got holes in it?
Us. We're here. We're not going to go anywhere.
Oh, I love it. I love everything about this. So much pressure on you guys.
Cheers.
What could go wrong?
Exactly.
Oh, man. And you know, when there's an own goal by Venezuela, I just pray for that man's family. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
I do is
Yes.
Wow.
Let's move over to the Euros. We have 2 games to get our day started. The first one popping off in 40 minutes. We have 4 monsters playing today. Spain versus Germany in Stuttgart. We already heard from Monica. She is on Germany. Let's take a quick look at the
Who's
line.
Monica?
Our friend Monica in the chat. One thing we like to do is not get all the personal information from the female cappers.
No.
Just to keep them very
shopping lists. That's what they need. Shopping lists. Okay. Detergents and things like that. Because you know everyone. Why do you start with that negativity? Everyone knows I'm on Spain, massive plus 850, plus 575, and I have France. So as long as they get to the semis, I'm going to be. One of them's getting to the final. And then that means I'm definitely taking wages out of this job. Now, Germany against Spain, the best team so far we've seen is Spain. Then you look at the individual matchups and you ask Germany's fullbacks who want to go forward to sit back and try and defend 2 of the most dynamic wingers in the game, in Yamal one side and Nico Williams on the other side. The other thing about tiki-taki Spain is they're not tiki-taki. They're 2, 3, bang, and they're on you. Now, that means that Cruz and Gundogan are going to need to sit a bit deeper to protect them sleeping policemen at the back for Germany. Also, Germany's weapons are going to come from Havertz, Füllkrug, Sane. No, they're not in the same class. Give me Spain all day, every day, even though I'm not betting it. So I've got to tell you this because I don't need to. I've got these 2 in the. If I can get Spain and France in the semi-final, we're sitting here and the wages are going up.
What is your reply to Monica when she says that Spain has played no one in this tournament?
Oh my God. Do you want me to roll off of Germany? Germany have got the home crowd, right? Germany are the hosts. They played a 10-man Scotland, who are the worst team in this tournament. They scored in the 88th minute to win their group, right? Then they played Denmark, and Denmark could have been 2-0 up in that game, right? And yet Spain have just demolished, played with, like a cat with a toy. They've only let in 1 goal, which was an own goal. They've scored goals in abundance. They've been head and shoulders, and you get anyone on the planet to tell me that Spain have not been head and shoulders the best side in this tournament. They have a squad. The players that come off the bench, they would get into any side in this tournament. Jimmy, let me tell you, right? No one is going to tell you that Spain are not the best side. Now, we are getting in a one-off game. Germany are the hosts. We've got to put some credit to their name because it's a one-off game. But they're not in the same class as Spain if Spain do what they do. I think Spain dictate the game, and I think Spain have got the weapons to take Germany apart.
Jose, your rebuttal in Stuttgart Arena, Spain, Germany.
I mean, it's going to be a final. It's going to be a great game, but I mean, like I've learned from Flash, these are all draw, both teams to win in penalties or extra times kind of bets. So I did look at the under here immediately because I think, honestly, this is a 1-1, and then we go to extra time, and then we'll probably go to penalties from there because we all know how extra time gets slow. But the under now, I have 2.5 now at minus 127, which, I don't want to lay the juice all that much, but I was just thinking about just taking the draw plus 213 here. Same range as in Venezuela. I just think this is 1-1 written all over it, and one of these teams winning extra time. So I'll be making those extra time and penalty bets. They'll be small. Spain penalties plus 900. Both of them are actually plus 900, and then 1100 for the extra time. And it's not a surprise that extra time is higher because no one ever scores an extra time because we're all reserved in there. But yeah, I do believe that this is going to be a draw. So I'll take the draw officially here at plus 213.
The draw for Jose, flash riding his futures, hopefully to glory with Spain and with France playing Portugal in Hamburg. Portugal had a very underwhelming performance last out. Right now, Portugal opened up at plus 240. They're now plus 253. France, and there's been very little movement in Portugal, France here at Pinnacle. When we get to the total in this one, we have this sitting here at 2.25 minus 122 to the under. This opened up at a 2, but slightly juiced to the over, so it's gone up to the 2.25. Flash, your thoughts in Hamburg for Portugal, France?
It's like the Panthers versus the Broncos on what we've seen so far. Portugal have got this far, playing with 10 men in every single game. They've just been absolutely dog awful, and yet they're playing against a France side who have been worse. I mean, you've got unbelievable riches in talent on paper. Kante's been their best player, and he's got no creative side to him at all. They've scored 3 goals in this tournament. 2 of them have been own goals, and one's been an Mbappe penalty. Something's got to give, and France have got this far just from only letting in 1 goal. France, I think, have got the better weapons, but I think both of these managers have got a lot to answer for. You've got João Felix of Portugal, who's hardly played a minute. You've got France, who got Dembele sitting on the bench, and Dembele is one of those where he's either $20 billion player or I don't even know what the Venezuelan currency is, but like one of them. That's how bad he's been. They're ugly. There are 2 ugly sisters at 2:10 on a dance floor where you're better off getting an Uber. I've got my money on France. They've been so underwhelming, but they have got Mbappe. Mbappe is the difference, we hope. Now, also, is he going to take off the leashes because they've been so sound at the back, France, whereas Portugal play a little bit more open? I think France are the better side. But if you're getting plus 142 about France, alarm bells are going off. How are they not minus 142? And why? Because they've not been very good at all. And yet you still could see them in the final and lifting the trophy. And they've been awful.
Wow. Wild. Interesting. Jose, your thoughts on Portugal, France?
Yeah, honestly, Venezuela. I'm thinking of them already. You got me thinking, Flash. France's defense is great. And Conte is obviously really nice. And, it's nice that he just plays in Saudi Arabia, gets the whole, league season off because there's no competition there. And then comes to France, healthy, ready to go. But I'm a little worried about Portugal scoring here. I do like the under here again. I was going to take both teams to score, but, 1 goal this whole tournament for France is intimidating as well.
So
I think I'll just
none from open play. For France.
Exactly. So I'll stay off this game. I expect France to win. I don't hate if you want to lay some juices, France to advance. But I ultimately just stayed off this game. I expect France to win, though.
France
Flash.
corners is another angle, though, Jimmy. If we have to start getting creative here, I see France basically having more of the attacking intent, and we're playing with two wingers. I expect Mbappe going down the outside of one, because that's the other thing about Portugal. You can say is that they are probably more athletic in that situation of their defense versus France's attack. I'd probably go with, if you're looking at -1.5, -2 corners, then France would be the way to go, because Portugal, if they go 1-0 down, they will have to throw caution to the wind, and France is probably no better side on the counter.
Flash, it's been incredibly helpful having you here, and we love rocking with you. And we can't let you go before you touch on England. It was, a goal that will be remembered forever by Belly to get you guys into the. I'll keep you guys alive, keep the car fires to a minimum, and now they have the Swiss tomorrow at noon. Your thoughts on that game?
Oh, all the values with the Swiss, they're far better. They're a team. I actually, you're laughing. I said before the tournament even started,
I love it.
that the Swiss were they had the best spine with experience. Remember, this is a side that dicked France. They were 3-1 down against France in the last Euros, came back and won the game on penalties. And they were 3-1 down with like 15 minutes to go. They have so much belief. They have probably one of the best players in Europe at the moment in Xhaka, who should have got German Player of the Year. They have a defense with the Man City boy. You've got the lad at left back, Rodriguez. He's been playing for like 25 years. They're a team. And the big problem I have here with England is there's problems in that camp. They don't know how they're playing because they've got such great individuals. No good. It's like a quarterback dropping back. The wide receiver comes short and he goes long, and then he goes short, but the wide receiver then goes long. Or it's like complete mishmash. I think that Switzerland draw no bet is a way to go, or you're brave and you just say, give me the +250. I see the Switzerland giving England a lot of problems from third man runs in midfield because they don't track, and also they don't see danger quick enough. There's an arrogance about England, and so far they look dead on their feet. They look like they've already played 2 or 3 tournaments, and yet the fresher side for me are the Swiss.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful stuff from you, Flash. Thank you for joining us here on this Friday. Back-to-back Fridays, we've had Flash gracing us with his footy action. Flash, where can our cappers at Pub Sports Radio find your ongoing glory?
Well, join us on the BetUS soccer channel on Monday, because obviously all these games will be done and dusted on Sunday. We will then go through the semi-finals on Monday, and then next Friday we'll then start off with the finals. And the finals will both be Monday. I'm going to have first show is going to be the Copa America semis, and obviously will Venezuela be there? Wow, that's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, get your write-up for Venezuela, Argentina. Get your write-up going.
Write up. I could write on the back of a stamp and still have enough room for my name and address. Okay, because they'll be playing Argentina. So it'll be Venezuela not to score. Argentina win to 0. Okay, but and then we'll do the Euros afterwards. So it's going to be 10 Eastern for the Copa, 12 Eastern for the Euros on Monday, repeated on Friday for the finals. And let's hope we get Uruguay versus Argentina in the final.
I have tailed the Uruguay future. So
I bet. Yeah, I jumped in again. I found an English firm that had +500.
It's 550 right now.
It's crazy, mate. It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
crazy. They're the best side in the tournament.
Are you worried about them facing Brazil? I know what your answer is, but
no. Would you be worried about Brazil if they were facing Venezuela?
Yes, I would be.
Would you?
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't be. Hand up, Flash. I would be. I would.
Are you surprised that, just very quickly, are you surprised Brazil's the favorite against Uruguay?
Yes. Yeah, totally. Totally. They're a team of individuals. And if you saw Colombia, Brazil the other night, Colombia really were the better side when the onus was on Brazil to go and win that game, and then basically on paper get an easiest quarterfinal draw. I mean, the only reason you're getting such a big price about Uruguay getting to the final or even winning it is because they've got to go through Brazil and they're going to have to go through Colombia. And obviously, Argentina have got an absolute cakewalk. But Uruguay are the best side. They are best creative side. They score goals. And as you've seen in this tournament, a team scores 1, they're going to be like massive favourites. This team can score 3 or 4 in 20-minute burst. And when they were the last team to beat Argentina, by the way, as well, Uruguay.
Yes, yeah. 2 losses in the last 5 years for Argentina, and of course,
One of them, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia,
and they've got away with absolute murder, by the way. Although, listen, I mean, we've gone a bit wonky because they got us the money. It's almost like, we've done our due, we've shot our fat, and we've got a maneuver home. We don't like them anymore. We've got some fresh.
Flash, thank you so much for your time here. Please support Flash on X and over at BetUS on X, Flash_37. What a great way to start the show and start the weekend here.
Oh, Jimmy, just to say for you, Jose, and all of the boys, good luck on your documentary. Really looking forward to watching that. And I've got goosebumps because I'm supporting you all the way. Okay? As in, come on, Canada.
I love it. There we have Flash in business. What a great way to start the show. I love the 0-0 final score. I didn't understand just no skill set for betting soccer. I was trying to, I'm happy I hadn't moved on it yet because that's the best way to do it. Plus 650, give me a great risk reward here in the game. I love it. I love it. Jose Bouet, we're going to roll into CFL, next Canadian Football League, that got me right in the drink hole last night after sweeping the board last week. And then we're going to roll into MLB. So without further ado, Jose, I will see you shortly, my friend.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'm not going to sit here and dwell on what happened yesterday. Cameron Duke's ability to move the ball on the ground and run the ball, I was completely astonished at him airing it out like an ass clown. Now there was some receiver issues. Capper's coming out saying, that's who the Argos really are and things of that nature, and I disagree with that. I'm going to fade Shea Patterson. I mean, what did Shea Patterson did not look good. I'm ready to fade Shea Patterson. I'm ready, especially anytime Shea Patterson's on the road, I'm going to go 2 units against him. I think the Argos and Cameron Dukes are a team that we can make money on. We already have this year, and we faded them against Alouettes. It's all been very simple. Yesterday was just astonishing. 5 turnovers, losing the turnover battle 5-0. Again, I moved live on the under. I was sitting there going, how these teams can't move the ball. They're horrific offensively. How is this game going to go over? It was extremely difficult to watch, and losing 3.3 or 4 units, whatever it was, and not including my live bet. Yeah, it hurt. But we move on. We turn the page. I don't feel like the capping was wrong. The Roughriders do whatever. They don't scare me at all. The Argos missing that field goal with a minute left in the half would have given us that -1.5 first half. We would have gone 1-2. But I hate that I led you guys wrong, and it hurts. Robert Franklin was on the Roughriders. God bless you, Robert Franklin. That was perfect timing, right when I'm trying not to get angry. Perfect timing for you to talk about how spectacular you were last night. Friday, July 5th. 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the Ottawa Red Blacks 2-1, 0-1 on the road at the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 0-4, 0-2 at home. We're at Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba, 75 Fahrenheit, mainly sunny, 6 miles per hour. Goran Nikovsky, I disagree. It's all good, Robert. I was just trying not to, great work. Congratulations. Excellent work. I disagree. You're going to have young quarterback. Now, the problem with the cap was there was a young quarterback who had spent 4 or 5 weeks at home, including the bye, and he went on the road. Now, I thought he could still play within himself and move the ball on the ground and just play clean football, and I was wrong. I was wrong, but I think he's got potential. I think he's capable of getting us wins. He's capable of getting us cash. Goran Nikovsky's on the Red Blacks money line. So again, all I've seen out there is Red Blacks money line, Red Blacks this, Red Blacks that. And I disagree. We've seen the Red Blacks on the road in one game, and with Bob Dice leading them, they got absolutely annihilated in Montreal. And yes, Winnipeg is dealing with injuries to their wide receiving core. You have Kenny Lawler with the fractured arm. Dalton Schoen done for the year. Carrick Wheatfall, who looked great in week 2, is a leg injury. He's out. Brady Oliveira has been terrible. And now we have Chris Streveler coming in. Goran Nikovsky says defense travels. Well, Goran Nikovsky, that traveling defense was down 30-1 after 30 minutes of play in Montreal. So did they leave their defense at home the only time they've traveled this year? Everybody is on Ottawa, and I am not. Now, I'm waiting here. There's 2 things that I've been waiting for in this spot. I'm waiting for the line to come down more. You would think there'd be more of a half-point move with Streveler and not Caleros. And 2, I'm very curious about this total. Will Hills brought it down to 44. When they announced that Zach Caleros was out, it went from 46 to 44.5. Look, I think it's too low. I think it's too low. Sorry, going to Cops in Montreal is great, but you said defense travels, and that traveling defense was down 17-1 after a quarter and 30-1 after a half. That's all I'm saying here. Nate Dogg 420 on Ottawa money line. That's all you're going to see. Don't move on the Blue Bombers yet, Justin. Everybody's on Ottawa. Sit back and wait. If this line doesn't move, or if it moves in the Bombers' direction, and I think the Bombers are going to win, but we wait. Every article's out on the Red Blacks, and I disagree. Ottawa comes in off a last-second 24-22 victory at home over the Ticats. Drew Brown, 24-39 for 265 yards and a touchdown. Drew Brown is, okay, but we'll talk more about it. And I love capping with you, Goran Nikovsky. It's okay. It's okay that we don't agree. And obviously I'm still in my feelings about what the hell I watched last night. And I like Raquel Armstead. Some of you may remember him from Temple. He's 27 now. He was a 5th-round pick of the Jags. He didn't work out down south. He's more than capable of being a top running back. And he had his best game against Winnipeg. Remember, Winnipeg went to Ottawa, and Ottawa beat them. And now Ottawa is going to come to Winnipeg, and Winnipeg is going to get off the schneid. Justin Ackland and Justin Hardy look very good. Hardy and Ackland look very good. Ottawa has beaten Winnipeg twice in a row. Winnipeg has lost the same amount of games they lost in all of 2023 in the first 4 games of the year here. It's the worst start for this franchise since 2012. I expect them to step up here at home with the injuries. Have you seen Streveler? Streveler was getting paid a lot more to be the 3rd stringer or practice quarterback for the Jets. He was getting paid a lot more to appear in a couple exhibition games. He's come to Winnipeg for this opportunity, and they love him. They love him. Look, I've already got, I took the -2.5 and -115 earlier in the week. I wasn't sure if Caleros was going to play. I just wanted it under a field goal. I look back and I think, wow, I should have waited. Now, I did wait to double up. I'm going to double up. Nuke Worker, that's the first person I've seen on the Bombers. Remember the last time we were in this situation? I take you back to Hamilton, Calgary, week 2. Every article was on Hamilton. Everybody was on Hamilton. Everybody in the chat was on Hamilton, except for Nuke Worker and myself that were on the stamps, and we got that paper. So, look, I'm going down with a sharpened chopstick, and I'm stabbing everybody in sight. I'm on the Bombers. Okay, and I haven't moved on the first half yet. I'm waiting. I can get -125 over at 365. And again, if the line moves towards Winnipeg with everybody on Ottawa, I'm not going to be concerned at all if I get a worse line. And it's gone. It's moved 5 cents. It's moved. It's now -130. I don't care. And I'm not usually I would say that I would live bet Winnipeg right away if they go down. I'm going to need to watch this. I understand the injuries to the wide receivers for Winnipeg, and so I'm going to, I'll be watching. So that's tonight's action. Let's move on to Saturday, July 6th, 7 p.m. Eastern. So there's only been one game so far in the CFL that I haven't bet, and this is the only one on the weekend card that I haven't bet yet. And I'm starting to come clear with what I want to do. Occupancy says he's going to be taking Winnipeg too. I'd like hearing that. Percival Molson Memorial Stadium, Montreal, Quebec, 80 Fahrenheit, scattered thunderstorms, 1 mile per hour. These are the best two defensive teams according to points per game. Montreal is allowing 18.3 points per game. Montreal is just the best defense in the league. We came in knowing that, but they're thorough all the way through. Calgary's second, only allowing 23 points per game, but they're allowing 372.7 yards per game, which is in the bottom 3 or 4. And I believe it's 7th overall in the league. It's not very good. Let's get into the line history here on this one. Now, there's 2 spots that I'm interested in. Now, I was not interested in Calgary until I sat with this for a little longer. This total opened up at 50.5, minus 105 to the under. It's now minus 111 to the under. And I'm interested in the under. I'm going to be interested in all Stampeders unders. And I've scored and cashed already with them on unders. And I'm interested. They're a bend but don't break. But it's not only that. It's that Jake Maier is a very conservative, thoughtful quarterback. I mean, imagine if Jake Maier, who has no real big playability that we've seen the last couple of years, was the quarterback for the Argos last night. The Argos win by 20. This spread is at 9.5, and it's starting to become juiced to, I guess it's right where it's always been slightly juiced, I guess, to Calgary. We saw 10s there for a little while. We don't see 10s anymore. And bookmakers move this to 9. Oh, they had, God, I didn't realize this. Bookmaker never moved it off 9. I just clicked on now. Okay, so let's talk about the spot here. And you guys tell me what you think. Ken Mizrahi says, I don't get why the first quarter is 12.5 and the game total is 44. It doesn't add up to me. He's all over the under first quarter Bombers. Ken, that makes sense to me, actually, that first quarter under. In saying that, though, I think this is a very low total. And I'm certainly interested in that over in that Winnipeg game. I want to just see how low it gets. And I want to see if that Bombers team total gets under 24. Here with Montreal, Calgary, the Stampeders come off a big 22-19 victory at home, and there was just more safe check down football from Jake Maier. He threw 43 passes. I mean, they're just not running the ball. Another thing about Calgary that can help them kind of stay into these games and get us to the under is that Rene Paredes is the best kicker in the league. I mean, he just doesn't miss. He's perfect on the season. He's very, very good. He won it in their victory, 22-19 victory at home over Winnipeg. He won it with that 52-yard overtime winner. So this is the thought process about the Alouettes. When they played in that home opener against Ottawa, I called them a powder keg. They were just about to erupt. It was sold out. They had a chip on their shoulder for having a Grey Cup champion, having to start first 2 weeks on the road. And Billy Friedrich says, look ahead for the Alouettes. That's what I just don't know if they're going to have that cutting edge anger that they showed against Ottawa. I really don't. Are they starting to be too good? Are they starting to be too perfect? I'm interested in Calgary. Now, I backed Calgary at 9.5 in BC. I won that by a hook. It's much harder to play in Montreal than it is in BC. And, BC took over in the fourth quarter. So I'm interested in the under. And I'm interested in the Stamps. And I guess I'm just going to have to sit with this a little longer. Usually when I break it down with you guys, I get there, and I haven't yet right now. But I'm interested in the Stamps. And again, coming off losing 3.5 units last night and going over 3, I'm just a little bit hesitant when I shouldn't be. These things happen. I think I capped that game right. Okay, so let's move on to Sunday, July 7th. Now, I've moved on both of these here. Let's roll. Paying Your Life. MLB is coming here in less than 4 minutes. Sunday, July 7th, 7 p.m. Eastern. I've moved on side and total in this one. BC Lions 3-1, 1-1 on the road. At Hamilton Tiger Cats 0-4, 0-1 at home. We're at Tim Hortons Field in Hamilton, Ontario. Beautiful weather, 79 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 5 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Now, at 365, this opened up at 5.5, and it moved to 5. We know what that number means in NFL. We know that the 5s and the 5.5s that the dog cashes in NFL. And Winnipeg and Hamilton have both started the year 0-4. Their backs are against the wall. They are caged lions. They're foaming at the mouth. And I think this will help Hamilton here. And I took them plus the 5. Now, my bookie's still hanging the 5.5, but Bookmaker opened this at 4.5 and has kept this at 4.5. At one point at 4.5, the Lions took a 3-cent move, and then it came back. I want to challenge the BC Lions on the road. I want to challenge them all year on the road. I challenged them at Winnipeg. They got me. I'm challenging them here. Also on the total, with the importance of this game and Vernon Adams hurt, I like the under, and I moved on the under at 53.5. This line opened up at 53 at Pinnacle, moved up to 53.5. Look, the Ticats aren't playing the kind of defense that you would need against BC, but this is different. They're at home. It's sold out at Tim Hortons Field. They're 0-4. Bo Levi Mitchell, 30 for 45, 322 yards and 2 touchdowns. The most important thing was he got on the same page with Tim White. Tim White's the best receiver in the CFL. Now, Tyson Philpott, the 23-year-old Canadian son of Corey Philpott, has something to say about that, I'm sure. But Tim White caught 8 passes for 118 yards and 1 touchdown. Steve Dunbar caught 4 for 90 yards. But the big thing was with Butler hurt, Greg Bell was excellent. Ran 13 times for 52 yards, caught 7 passes for 40 yards. Look, we cashed. I do not think the Lions are as good as the market indicates. We're still going over last year's numbers, and last year they had the best receiving core in the CFL by a landslide, and it's not that good anymore. And Vernon Adams is dealing with the abdominal injury that's going to affect him. So we cashed fading the Lions last week, and the Elks almost won outright. Yes, the Elks are a bet-on team, and maybe Hamilton isn't. I'm on the Ticats plus 5. I'm on the under 53.5. I'm not going to be adding anything to that. Nuke Worker says Bo Levi Mitchell's washed up. Definitely washed up. I don't like him that much. I don't think he should even be the starter. And Nate Dogg looking at British Columbia money line. Nate Dogg, I hope that's a parlay piece because you don't want a minus 250, as a single bet. But if you want to use it for a parlay piece, roll with it. All right, that is CFL. So at this point, I've got to figure out Stamps and the under at Percival Molson Memorial Stadium. I will also tell you that Slatsy, who follows all these games very closely, he is with he's on Hamilton with me, not on the under, but he's with Hamilton with me. And Troy Torrance says, let the dog go through the 6 and into the 5 range, and if it gets to 4, Jesus. Okay, I do not think Mally Mal, the Rough Riders look good at all. I mean, Cameron Dukes played horribly, and the Argos turned the ball over 5 times. I'm going to be fading the Rough Riders, and I will back the Argos again. And there was tweets that were put out by my colleagues saying the Argos are who we thought they were all, and I do not agree with any of that. I do not agree with any of that. And Stimmy on the under 53.5. I'm there as well. I love that, Stimmy. I love when we rock together, we cash together. I love that. And Andrew G saying BC to Hamilton long travel. They might be sleepy. 5 seems rich. I do not. The Ticats are going to be in this football game. 5's enough, I think, and I bet it. That is CFL for you guys. Look, sweep the board last week. Go 0-3 last night. It's not where I want to be on the season. And I'm telling you, if I go down, I'm taking people down with me. I'm stabbing. I'm not going to sit here and be nervous. I'm attacking all of these games. Yes, everything went against me. Yes, they're losing the turnover battle 5-0. Look, these things happen. All right, let's roll into MLB. We got Mikey Money in the house. Says women's tennis play. Emma, I mess up pronouncing her name all the time, but Mikey Money moving on female tennis. Let's get our man Jose Bouquet up here for MLB, and we will also have best bets from the Magic Man Dabra Cadabra. So let's get to work. Jose, have you moved on anything on this MLB card?
I actually just moved in the Red Sox just 2 seconds ago, but no one should be surprised by that.
Then in baseball for me yesterday, it didn't go every single. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I have lost a little bit over a unit on each day. It's a very, very upsetting.
Yeah, I've kind of done the same thing.
Mally Mal, did you watch the game? They had 14 first downs, Mally Mal. 14 first downs. I mean, if you're only looking at the point total, the 4 interceptions by Cameron Dukes, one was a pick 6, one was taken back to the 5-yard line. Look, obviously, their new coach is the man. He's leading the team well. He's got them fired up. But their offense was putrid. 268 net yards. It was absolutely terrible. They're a fade. And I love you, Malamo.
By the way, real quick, Nuke Worker, we are on for steaks tonight, you son of a bitch.
Oh, good. All right. And I thought we were going to cash that under 2 yesterday, which would, in my eyes, get me some of the money back that you took from my family.
I did. Took it right out of their pockets. And you had the opportunity to go double or nothing. And you said nay.
I'm still thinking about it.
No, that window is closed, unfortunately. You had
well,
that
of course,
chance.
I wanted to pay. I wanted to just pay my debt. That's what I wanted to do, is pay my debt, Jose.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could talk about action. But if you're scared, I like hearing that.
No, we could do steaks if you'd like.
No. I want cash money, man.
Okay, all right. Fair. So you see, we shouldn't even talk about the game. I don't want to strain our relationship. A father and son shouldn't argue.
Well, I'm a little. Last week was an excellent week. We made a lot of money. This week hasn't been that.
Yeah, we've been in the same boat. Yeah.
Okay. But there's no extra time, Andrew G. It goes right to penalty kicks.
Yes, so don't worry, Andrew G. I'm going to be shitting my pants from about minute 80 on, because I know. By the way, Venezuela to advance is -125, Canada -105. Just some notes out there. So maybe they're favored in 90 minutes, but we're still favored to advance. I believe in our penalty kickers and our goalie.
Wow. No, you're going to win for sure. They're super boosting Canada.
Good.
365.
Yeah, you know when you said that line movement, I was like, oh, all the Canadian donkeys are coming in to bet Canada.
Wow. They're super boosting it from -110 to 200. Now you can only bet $40 on that. So it's a pick 'em to qualify here. Shout out to our guy Nate Dogg, gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships. Shout out to our guy Nate Dogg. What a guy you are. Smoking Mirrors in the house. Curtis Clark, Dana Delp Dog, and Brent Cook getting it. Thank you, Nate Dogg. You're the man. Also saw that you've upgraded to PSR Gold. We are racing for $50 today. And shout out to our friend Crystal Craig, who got into the winner's circle yesterday and picked up $100. There's Trisha as well in the house. Great to see our female cappers rocking with us. We got Matty Ice ready to rock as well. So just a quick review yesterday, and you can do your review. Royals first 5, Alec Marsh. It was just horrific. I mean, I just had to go for a walk. Detroit, Minnesota, first 300, 2.5 I was with you guys. Those are my first 2 bets. Horrific. Cubs first 5. I messaged Jose. Any pitcher that throws a complete game shutout, we've faded the last 2. Now, Joey Estes, one of my favorite pitchers, is going to come up next week. And
yeah, you're going to have to. Yeah. But that's the most obvious one out there. I mean,
God, I like Joey. But with last 2 days, we faded pitchers off of complete game shutouts. Now, it helps with Sanchez on the road. His ERA is just under 5 on the road. So we cash Cubs first 5 plus 109. Cash the Mets, Washington first 3 under 2.5 with you guys. Push the Pirates first 5, which should have been the casher after the Martin Perez breakdown. Reds first 5 plus a half cashed. I wish I took it, not plus a half and was a man about that shit. At that point, I'm 3-2, but Houston, Toronto first 5 under 4.5 loses, and that full game under cashes. 3-3 after the first inning, and it cashes, Jose. Hard to believe. And then Chicago White Sox, Cleveland under 8.5 was a loser. That's that. And Troy Torrance here and Ricky Levine calling my friend Griffin Canning a bum. We've had many people call him that here just to set me off. I'm on the edge today. I'm just about to fucking lose it. I feel it.
Yeah,
you know what? With Arizona. Thank you, Mally. Say what?
I feel the same way because I am about to drive a couple hours down to the beach with 3 women in my car. So I'm already on edge because of the Canada game. That's going to put me even more on edge. So it's going to be very interesting. And then I have to drive an hour to this fucking bar that I'm going to just because I'm a great friend. And I'm going to see a 0-0 game, Jimmy, as we know. And then it's going to be life or death penalty kicks, and I'm going to be screaming in a bar full of strangers.
I have a celebration of life tonight, as I told you about. So I'm going to be in the soup. And
oh, yeah, no, I agree. The soup will be drank. Yeah, minestrone.
I'm on edge. I feel it, but that's okay. You guys can get me out of it. I'm okay. Ricky Bobby on Canning under 4.5 Ks. A lot of hate on Canning. Lee Davis
is this gearing up for a spite bet?
God. Well, no, because Troy is $1,000 on the Cubs.
What? Oh my God!
Now he's got that on the first 5 minus a half, and he'll likely have 2K before first pitch.
Jeez.
So no, I don't. No, there's no spite. Mikey does think it's interesting that you drink the soup, but you eat the juice.
Yeah.
And he's a university graduate.
Yes. Shout out to UTSA. Go Runners.
Thank you, Kong. And Billy Friedrich Loving, the last place, Chicago Cubs. Okay, let's roll into this one. Okay, so that was me. I went 3-4 yesterday, down 1.21 units. Very disappointing. Of course, I started this week plus 0.35 units, so now being down 4.97 units on the season is aggravating. How did your day go yesterday?
Yeah, I went 4-5. I went 5-3 with a push, 3-5 with a push. Excuse me. It was very annoying. All of those first 5 totals lost, which was so frustrating there. I tell myself frequently, I've been getting murdered on first 5s for whatever reason. In full games, I've done so much better on. So I need to stop. I need to avoid first 5s like the plague, apparently. And then the Rockies game at the end was a little annoying because I got hooked there at the end.
I go over your action in the morning and every day, and I went and looked at, and I thought you were going to catch because you cashed the Rockies. You cashed the first 5 over 2.5.
Yeah.
So that, but yeah. All right, let's get to work here, and we need it. MLB can get away from you. Vital says Canning is not a bum.
Oh, there we go, Vitalis. Way to steer the ship back on the tracks.
I love Vitalis. Vitalis and I, we've hung together in Vegas, man.
Yeah, shout to Vitalis.
I love Vitalis. Thank you. That's my first smile since that Argos game.
All it took was a little Griffin Canning compliment. That's all it took.
It hurt when TJ just cut into him. Remember that?
Oh yeah, I know. That's like it's one of your kids, It hurts.
All right, let's get to work. First off, though, just to I don't know, so you guys know, I have moved on 3 bets on 2 games, and I almost took the first 5 under 4 in the Gaussman start. And I know that Mikey Money is going to be shitting all over Gaussman. I know he is, and I honestly think that it's Castillo is the problem for the first 5 under 4.
Yeah, I don't trust either guy really. Like Gaussman, I like a little more, I guess, but both have had question marks throughout the whole year. That's why I looked at that 7 and I was like, man, can this get over?
Well, that went
So.
from 7.5 to 7.
Yeah. I wish that would have helped us yesterday. Fuck.
And, Mikey Mike says, "Oh, you already know." Now, this hasn't worked all glory for Mikey. Now, yes, he has succeeded fading Gossman, but remember that Red Sox game? We cashed the first 3 in the first 5 backing Gossman. That was just 2 starts ago. I mean, you don't need a long memory for that shit. But what's helped? And listen, it's helped. He's 9-1 on Gossman Day. I guess you stayed off of him when I've backed him, because I've cashed my last 2 or now 3 bets, but I've moved on Gossman 2 of the last 6. I should put asterisks beside Gossman. So Mikey, you're saying you only lost 1 bet in that Red Sox Jays game?
Cubs Angels.
Oh, now he said I think it's really 9-2. Let's maybe you need to take a closer look. Okay, let's get into this one here. Okay, 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Los Angeles Angels 36-50, 18-24 on the road. The Chicago Cubs 40-48, 23-20 at home. We're at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's get into the weather here for this one. 77 Fahrenheit, 8.1 miles per hour out to right. Oh, but the 2 bets, I should tell you guys the 2 bets that I've have moved on here. Yes, that counts, of course, Mikey, because I wasn't against you. So yeah, you can cash all you want when I'm not against you. I think it was 4 bets that you lost there on that Red Sox game. Here's my action that I blocked in, and I doubled up on an under. I doubled up on the White Sox Marlins under. First 5 in full game. And I moved on the Guardians -1.
I was looking White Sox, but we'll talk about it.
Yes, the Mikey Mike, because those are the last 2 spots that I've backed. Gossman. It's pretty easy to cap Gossman right now. He's got a ERA just over 2 on the road, and he's got an ERA over 7 at home. All right. Let's get back to work here. And the Guardians -1 is the only other bet I made, which wasn't available at Pinnacle at the time. And we'll see what it is now. Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois. We have Griffin Canning, 3-8, 4.71 ERA, 1.33 WHIP, 93 2/3, 63 Ks, 32 walks, and 16 homers. Oh, what I was going to say before I, got sidetracked was that it's so important when your friends and colleagues and people that you respect disagree with your thought process on a pitcher, because of Mikey's disdain for Gossman. I've been so much more I've only backed him 2 of his last 6 starts. It helps. It helps so much. When TJ disrespecting Canning helps. As much as maybe you don't want to hear that your good friends think you're wrong, you have to listen. It's only going to help. It's only going to help. Take a second look. Take a third look. Okay, Griffin Canning, Justin Steele. Canning's last start was not very good. 6.5 extra inning win at home over the Tigers. He went 6 innings, 5 runs, only 4 of which were earned, 2 walks, 4 Ks. Jake Burns despises Gossman too. Thank you for that, Jake. On the road, Canning's been poor. 0-6. 38 innings, 26 strikeouts, 253 opponents batting average. Going up against Justin Steele, who is not been very good at home, coming off a 5-3 win at the Brewers, where he had a quality start, 3 earned runs over 6 innings. Angels versus lefties since June 1st, 227, 647 OPS. Cubs versus righties is 229, 684 OPS. Both bullpens are middling. Cubs bullpen's been okay, 3.54 ERA, 1.29 WHIP, while the Angels bullpen 4.74 ERA, 1.30 WHIP. Let's get into that line history and that cash flow here right now. You know what I need when I'm feeling angry like this? I need to close my eyes and think of a Brazilian creek. That's what I need to think. I need to think of a Brazilian creek. I need to take a deep breath. I need to take a deep breath. The music can you play it for me? I'm just
like a little babbling brook.
Can you play it for me? I just need to. Okay.
I mean, you can hear the water. It sounds very nice.
It does. It does sound really nice.
Eyes open or closed, that graphic just hits.
Cubbies open up minus 179 and now minus 176. A 3-cent move towards the Los Angeles Angels. When we get to the total here, we have a 9.5 minus 106 to the under. This opened up at a 10, got up to a 10.5 at 9:23 a.m. And then this money started pouring in on the under. A very interesting move to the under. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. From a cash flow perspective on that total, look at this. Wow. So there's 1 game, 2 games, 3 games. There's 3 games, Jose, which we haven't seen this in so long, with more tickets on the under than the over. 60% of the tickets, 70% of the cash here on the under. That is,
I was pretty surprised by that.
Very, very different than what we're used to. And then 89% of tickets, 87% cash on the Chicago Cup. Take it away for us here, Jose, my friend. Angels Cups.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad that Troy is on first 5 here because full game Angels was semi-appealing to me, really. This line on my site here opened up at minus 179. It got up to minus 190 and then dropped down to minus 172. I don't know. That's very interesting to me. And obviously all the money's on the Cubs here. So truly, I honestly was thinking Angels full game here, but I'll respect Troy enough to stay off this game, no action. But I did look at Angels, admittedly.
Huh. These teams aren't hitting. I agree with this market move to the under.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that both these teams, or both these pitchers, pitch well. Here. Troy with a big no, like he just found out that Darth Vader's his father. So I wonder what Troy's about to say.
Huh. God. Should we start the day with an under here? Gift the Cartel says, I like the under, but now I don't because everybody's on it. Angels struggle with lefties. Cubs don't put up runs when Steele pitches. This is a stay away since everybody's on the under. Is there anybody in the chat on the under? Just because
I don't have that record. Go ahead. Sorry.
60% of the tickets are on the under. I mean, I think it's I don't. Is there anybody on the chat on the total? Jake Burns is on the Cubs' first 5 team total over 2.5 here. Huh. And then let's just see take a look at a couple things here before we move on. This is afternoon action that I would like to have. I'm coming close to the under in this one. Now, look, the Rockies unders have been going under, over and over again. That's why people are moving on this one. The first 5 is at a 5-er. Did this come down from a 5.5? Leroy Flood is on the under. I mean, okay, here. How about this? What is your expectation of Justin Steele?
By the way, Wrigley wind, 9-mile-an-hour winds out to right center, going up to 10 to 13 throughout the game. I'm still saying weak though, so just note there. Justin Steele's very interesting. I mean, this is a lineup that he should go through pretty easily, and you've mentioned the Angels. Full season, their numbers are pretty decent against lefties. 104 weighted runs created plus, 12th best in the league. But you talked about your bigger sample size, and in my smaller sample size from the 15th to today, they're still bad. Second to last. Only 86 plate appearances, but still 57 weighted runs created plus. Still bottom of the league. Sure, I expect that number to go up, but last year Justin Steele was very good for this Cubs team. He's been hurt obviously throughout the year, but I think at this point he's got enough starts after his injury that I won't be going out of my way to fade him here. So I'm staying off on this game. But again, I do lean Angels full game just because I do think this Cubs bullpen can be got. I will say also Steele's home ERA, only 28 and a third innings pitched, 3.81 to his road 2.79 and 42 innings pitched. So maybe that evens out eventually, but it is worrisome. And for those people that are interested, bullpen wise, the Angels bullpen is pretty spent up here as well. So like Jose Marte threw 37 pitches yesterday. Hans Kraus threw 22 yesterday. Matt Moore went back-to-back days and threw 21 yesterday. So all three of those guys I don't expect to be available.
Are they their top guys?
Well, Carson Fulmer didn't throw yesterday. I wouldn't consider him a top guy. The guys that I consider is fucking the closer, whose name that I've already forgotten, the Venezuelan closer, and he's not even on this list here. The only other guys they have, Carson Fulmer, who threw 28 pitches Wednesday, didn't throw yesterday. He has to be available, basically. Hunter Strickland of Bryce Harper fame, and they're listing Andrew Wantz, who is allegedly on the IL, I guess, according to this. So they're going to bring up somebody, but their bullpen is pretty thin as it is, so Estevez. Thank you, BJ.
So is Estevez not healthy?
It doesn't. He's not listed right now on their bullpen thing, so I'm gonna look up and see. Sometimes RotoWire does a bad job of listing closers, but since he is not in, he should be ready to go. Though I don't see any injury news on him. The last time he threw was 29th. It was a while ago, sure, but he's been good, so I expect him to be ready to go as well. So,
okay, okay, I'm moving on it. So, Paul Skeens Day. Why don't you set us up for Mets Pirates? I'm going to double up.
First 5 full game.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. Well, let's talk about a very interesting matchup here. One of my guys throughout the year, Luis Severino versus Paul Skeens, who knows? Might fuck around and start the All-Star game for all we know. I think he actually is going to be an All-Star, which is going to be very interesting to see. Hopefully he gets to be the Pirates representative. But let's talk about him here because we all know at this point what he is. I think he's given up, I don't know if it's 2 or 3, but in his last 2 starts, he's given up a home run to the first batter and then proceeded to just go domination shutout from then on. 6 innings, 1 earned run against the Braves, 9 Ks, 2 walks. Rays, 7 innings, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, 1 walk. Just domination. And I think the most impressive part about him and his performance so far is his K to walk, 70 strikeouts to 10 walks. I mean, he's just been solid throughout the whole year. Now, the Mets, we've talked about them as well throughout this last few weeks because they've been the hottest hitting baseball team in the league, et cetera, et cetera. But the old Morgan Spooner regression train, I think, is going to hit the Mets here. Full season against righties, 109 weighted runs created plus. The last half month from the 15th to today, they're 150 weighted runs created plus against righties. But I think that Skeens can shut them down here today. Obviously, the concern for me here is Severino versus the Pirates, 91 weighted runs created plus for Pittsburgh in that sample size. We'll see what Severino we get here. Because like I said, he's my guy throughout this year. He started off very well. He's coming off of I would say he's not his worst start of the year, but 7 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned runs against the Astros. Not ideal. Astros are obviously been a very hot team right now, so maybe you can give them a little bit of a pass there. But I do lean up to an under here when it all comes down to it. Let's go to the markets and see what happens here. Ooh, sharp action. Excuse me. Sharp action on the Mets. 32% of the bets, but 64% of the money on the Metropolitans there. This line actually has just gone up to Skeens, which is very interesting. Minus 125 opener for Paul Skeens and the Pirates. It went up to minus 130 at one point and went down to minus 125 again, and is now back up to minus 132 at our friends at Bet Online. So it's just been going up and down there. For the total here, wow, pretty surprising. 98% of the bets and 96% of the money on the over here on a Paul Skeens start is a little surprising to me. 7.5 minus 118 was the opener. It is now minus 120 at Bet Online's. Heritage is showing an 8, so maybe we'll see some 8s pop up. But I like an under here, and I'm going to take it full game because of the first 5 issues I've been having. Just to check, I would love to see what the Pirates bullpen has done. So Pirates bullpen wise, who knows? I might not be all of their relievers because I'm just reading what RotoWire has. So Dennis Santana and Colin Holderman are both probably going to be out. Santana threw 17 yesterday. Colin Holderman went back him through 17 yesterday as well. Chapman threw 27 on Wednesday, didn't throw yesterday, so he has a chance. Kyle Nichols threw back-to-back days. Who knows if he goes? Josh Fleming will be available, and Cameron Moslinski will also be available here. So that will be the sketchy part, obviously. And for the Mets, real quick, Mets bullpen, I go back and forth with this team because they have screwed me many a times this year when betting on them. But in the last month, 9th best bullpen when it comes to FIP here. So I still have a faith in them. They have a 17th best ERA, but 3.59 FIP makes me feel like they're going to pitch better here. And for the Mets, who have they used recently? Let me pull that up real quick. There we go. Adrian Hauser threw 15 pitches yesterday, and that is it. So they should be fresh and ready to go. So I like an under here. Full game under. Think I'll be moving on it. Jimmy, what do you have to say?
I wanted to hear what you guys had to say. I was surprised at where this line opened. So it opened with the under 4 at plus 103, moves to minus 106. That surprised me. I thought it'd be a 4, but I thought it would open minus, a little bit juice to the under. And then the fact that this went from 7.5 to 8. Now you could say that opener at 7.5 minus 115 to the over plus 102 to under wasn't real, but still, I don't know. It just didn't quite feel right. It just something was. It certainly wasn't a slam dunk. And did you feel that way? Did you have to sort of talk yourself into it?
The under?
Yeah.
Yeah, because someone else, I forgot, I'm looking to see who said it, but I think it's Kongs. Yeah, Kong said that the Pirates bats usually show up when skiing starts, and yeah, they do. It's been frustrating for me because I've definitely done this before, and I've backed unders and skiing starts, and fucking for whatever reason, those bats just come out and play for Paul Skeens. And like I said, I think maybe it's just them feeling a little more confident because they've got a guy like a number one genuine guy, and the bats just feel a little more like, I don't know, determined to hit for him, I guess.
What do you think of Rod Zawacki's 10-star play being a Mets money line?
Yeah. I mean, I for one would rather be on the Mets. I agree wholeheartedly there.
And but that is based on the market. That's not based on your X's and O's.
Well, yeah, I do expect the Mets to regress here. Like I said, 150 weighted runs created plus, but I think they're going to regress and still be better hitting than the Pirates will. So it's definitely just a case of Skeens having the tougher task here. And whenever Skeens comes out, whether it be 6-7 innings, I'll trust the Mets offense against their bullpen rather than the Pirates bats against the Mets.
Everybody misses the old days, Jose. Everybody misses it.
Well, they suspended my boy. They threw my boy under the bus. You can't. It's the curse of Tupa Chicha Marcano now. They're never going to win anything now.
I wonder where he's working now. I'm guessing construction.
No, I assume he's in Venezuela enjoying this World Cup or Copa America climb just like we are.
It does take money to enjoy things, though, Jose.
Well, he's a gambler,
4.9% winning percentage for that guy.
I didn't say he was a good gambler. He's a gambler. I'm still looking to reach out to those people so we can get him on Say Hey Place.
Well, that would be great. That would be great. Okay, I'm gonna stay off the spot. I've not handled Skeens well. I've stayed off most of his appearances, and like Mally Mal saying, a lot of unders of late, and of course the overs were early. He's been very good. Let's move on. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. St. Louis
real quick,
Cardinals.
under
Yeah.
7.5 even money is what I'm moving on.
Under 7.5 at plus 100 for Jose. Okay, we roll on. I went safe on the Cubs Angels unders. I took the 5.5 and the 10, minus 122, minus 123 respectively. Drinking juice, Jose, drinking it.
Yeah, we also drink soup.
6:45 p.m. Eastern with the St. Louis Cardinals 45-41, 21-23 on the road at the Washington Nationals 41-46, 19-21 at home. Nationals Park in Washington D.C. I have a sickness, Jose, just a fucking sickness.
You just want to back your boy Patrick Corbin
so badly.
1-8. It appeals to you, no?
It's this sickness.
He's going in your rotation right now. You only have 3 guys in there. He's going.
I would like to just quietly bet this and not tell anybody.
Sure.
Which I still can do. I'll give you a nod if that's the plan. I just don't want to take people down with me.
Yeah. This is the opposite of the CFL. If you're going down, you're bringing everyone with you. Here, you don't want to bring anyone down with you.
Well, I was more meaning I was going to open up. I was going to risk heavy.
No, everyone. We mean your family.
Yeah, I don't mean. I hate it. Look, I know a lot of you guys swept the board with me last week. I hated that I took you guys down with the Argos yesterday. That was as angry as but I'm not holding in the anger anymore. Obviously, it's still a little attached to me, but I actually am getting better. I know it's hard to imagine. Let's talk about this spot here. These Cardinals cannot hit lefties. And we have a couple lefties here on today's card that we've capped for many moons. One being Patrick Corbin and the other being Kyle Freeland. Both are coming off of good starts, a couple good starts for Kyle after he came off the IL. And then we have our guy, Patrick Corbin, here going up against a team that's not hitting lefties. Sonny Gray has not looked very good, and especially on the road this year. 3-2, 4.54 ERA, 246 opponent's batting average. And you could say, well, he's still pitching well at home. He's not. He's just not pitching well right now. I don't know exactly why that. I'm not going to. Is he dealing with arm fatigue? He didn't get the full training camp. Reginald Coates taking the under 8.5 here. So let's set this up. Let's get to the weather, the lines, and then hear Jose talking, and then I'll decide if I have the balls to move on this. I would have already betted if it didn't feel like 109 degrees at first pitch.
Jesus, did this go from minus 170 to minus 150?
For the Nats? Oh no, yeah, for the Cards. Yeah, why wouldn't it? Cards aren't hitting lefties.
With all the money on the Cardinals?
Look, I was already there. You don't need. I'm already there.
Jimmy, remember once upon a time you said, I won't let my friends bet an ugly dog solo, and then I proceeded to take an ugly dog, and you didn't join me?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to join you on this ugly dog here.
Well, I haven't bet it yet. Now, the 109 degrees, it's not helpful. Right? It's not helpful.
No, it's not ideal. And I'll say this. Everyone, of course, is going to bet the Cardinals here with second place Cy Young Award winner last year, Sonny Gray, versus 1-8 shitty Patrick Corbin. And this is doing the old Jimmy the Bag. Open up your arms. Here's a cheaper price to bet the side. Come take it even more. You loved it at minus 170. Here's minus 150.
This total opened up at total opened up at 9 minus 103. It's now 9 minus 111. 8 cents of movement to the under. On the money line, as Jose has talked about, the Nats have gone from plus 161 to plus 139. And there's been like big jumps, not like a slow jump, big jump. So there's my guy AOD in the house. And Painter Life says easy work. St. Louis -1.5. Corbin is 1-7. Oh, actually, he's 1-8. But that's the whole premise of this bit, is that everybody's going to be thinking the same thing as Painter Life. That's the whole premise. Now, it's not an easy thing to back with your cash. Back to that cash situation: 81% of tickets, 76% cash on the over. And on the money line, 78% of tickets and 92% of cash on the St. Louis Cardinals. The Nats are hitting righties with a decent average, but no power. The Cards' bullpen's been very good. The Nats' bullpen has started to struggle. Corbin's last start was at Tampa, a team hitting lefties hard, and he was pretty good. 6 innings, 4 earned runs, 5 Ks, 1 walk. Why don't you wax on this, and I'll decide if I'm moving with you.
Come on, Jimmy. You just jump in the pool. You know you love it.
Are you not moving on the under because we think Gray might be a bit vulnerable?
Yeah. Nationals full game plus 141 for me. Bullpen's ready to go. Patrick Corbin, let's fucking go. I believe in you, Patrick Corbin. This is your time to shine here. Sonny Gray coming off a rough start. It's going to be scary. He's very good, I think. But I believe in the market here. I think if all these spots, Troy has his cash cow. These are my favorite spots to bet. All the money on the one side, the line's going down. I'll bet it every time, no matter what here. And I'll live with the consequences. Even if the Cardinals go out there and rake Patrick Corbin, I won't feel like an asshole being on the side where the money is going, where this line is dropping down to, making it on the other side, I should say. But it's going to be a fun game. Cardinals, like you said, third worst, fourth worst, Jesus, against lefties in my time period as well. 68 weighted runs created plus. And the Nationals, I don't know where they are in their rotation, but they're going to have a few lefties for the Cardinals here in this series. So I will probably be on the Nationals maybe once or twice more in this series, but I'm on them.
If you're on them, why are you not on the under?
Because I think Sonny Gray could be vulnerable. The bullpen, the Cardinals bullpen is basically just Ryan Hensley. But, it's been good.
It's been really good.
This month, 4th overall in ERA. Their FIP, though, is a 3.56, which will concern me. That's still 6th best, but I think that big difference in ERA and FIP, I think their bullpen is just due to regress a little bit to get higher to that FIP. So I'm just going to back the Nats, and I'll believe in them.
Our guy Darius Moore giving us his looks today. Pitt and Yankees money line parlay, and the Braves on the run line. So then we agree that we think that there's a big advantage. Oh, so you started getting. There's a big advantage with the Cards bullpen over the Nats bullpen. Shout out to Bruce Shad in the house. Great to see you, Bruce. So if that's the case, why don't we just focus solely on?
Well, we also believe in this Nats bullpen a little more than most, you and I.
But they've not looked good of late. I mean, they looked good yesterday.
No, but I still think they have the personnel to do it. They, for those who are wondering, they are 4.64 ERA, and that is a 3.9 FIP there as well. So,
Jesus.
Like I said, I use FIP for these bullpen just because obviously FIP is without pitching independent fielding, so it's kind of a more of an indicator of how they've been pitching. And if there's a big difference between the ERA and the FIP, I think it'll progress closer to the FIP. So that's why I think the White Sox, the Cardinals bullpen is going to regress since it's so high up, and the fucking Nationals bullpen is right around where they are. 4.64 ERA, but a 3.9 FIP makes me think they can pitch better.
The Cards are 25 cents more expensive first 5 at 3.65.
Wow. That's interesting. Makes it feel like bullpen's coming down here. Wow. Has the first 5 line moved like the full game line?
Let's take a quick look. And I know we spent a long time on this game. We'll move past it here. But I'm going to
I
have
have
to use
no movement.
Bet online first 5. I don't have the Pinnacle first 5. So, yeah, no movement. There had been movement. There was this went from minus 170 up to minus 190 at Bet Online, then back to minus 170.
Yeah, so this feels like Nationals full game for sure.
Okay, Jose, what did you get on the Nationals full game?
Plus 141.
Okay,
by the way, 32 minutes in, 0-0 still in Spain, Germany.
I'm interested in the Nationals. I've got the asterisk in. I expect to bet it. Morgan Spooner says Finnegan not going to pitch fourth in 5 days before the All-Star break. You're counting on this Nats pen without their best pitcher.
Yes, I am. By the way, Finnegan didn't throw yesterday, so you're right. I don't expect him to throw again, but he only threw 13, 10, and 11, 21 pitches. So definitely could be available.
I like him.
Yeah, and what's his name? The manager doesn't give a fuck, obviously. Like I say this frequently when talking about bullpen days or bullpens in general. Managers typically don't throw relievers 3 days in a row. And he did that with Finnegan, and he did that with Robert Garcia.
He's one of the most popular guys in MLB, Davey.
Yeah. He's he's not going to get fired.
He's done a hell of a job. He's done a great job.
He's not. That World Series bought him that job for life, and he's a great manager on top of it.
He's been handling everything great. Don't think I think he's a great manager. I think he's
just like Brandon Hyde with the Orioles, the young Orioles. Yeah, I think he's just going to take him through the shit, and then he's going to see him on the other side, and he's going to be a good voice for them because he's been through it all.
All right, let's roll on JPZ. Let's roll on 7:05 p.m. Eastern. Boston Red Sox 47-39, 27-16 on the road. The New York Yankees 54-35, 24-17 at home. Yeah, I mean. Jerry Davis says, why is Calgary's total at 50.5, with Calgary allowing 23 points a game? I think, Jerry Davis, the issue is that while Calgary's allowing 23 points a game, they're allowing 375 yards per game. That's 7th best in the league. I mean, the line is set up that it's a route. I don't feel like the Stamps are the type of team that's going to lose that badly. And also, I think the Alouettes are feeling pretty good about themselves. I don't feel like this is a powder keg situation. Now, I've not moved on Calgary yet, but I'm interested. Nate Dogg says Yankees money line. I'll tell you this, Jose. I wanted to bet the over in this one, and I couldn't do it. The line movement got me off. Let's see if that's changed. 84 Fahrenheit feels like 99.2 miles per hour in. Feels like, or gets up to 9.8. Let me refresh this. It's been a while since I've done the refreshing. Let me get this refreshed. It's gone down. Look, it's important to do that. Jeez. And it's even cooled a little bit. Now it's 107 first pitch in Washington. But here, 8.9, and it dies down to 6.9 in. Let's get into the line history for this storied rivalry. We have, is it my first 5? Yes. We'll take a look at first 5, all helpful. Cortez is minus 130, opened up at minus 120. Interesting about this first 5, Jose, is it got up to minus 140. There was a 20-cent move on Cortez first 5. Now it's just a 10-cent move. Let's go to the full game. Yankees are sitting here right now as we speak at minus 136 at Pinnacle. They opened up at minus 130, 6 cents of movement towards them. So not much movement towards the Yankees, much more on that first 5. On the total, we have an 8. Why? This opened up at 8.5, dropped 8, got up to 8.5, and dropped 8. I do not. Well, let's just take a look at the cash before I talk about what I don't want to do. We have 77% of tickets, 88% of cash on the Yankees. And on the total, we have 98, 97 on the over. I can't do it. But I don't know why the books are opening their arms to over money. Tanner Houck has got great numbers overall this year, but you're watching him. Something doesn't look right now. He looks vulnerable. He just allowed 7 earned runs and 3 jacks, 11-1 loss at home versus the Padres. Cortez couldn't get through 5 innings against the Blue Jays in a 9-3 loss. Houck's road numbers are spectacular. 1.85 ERA, 185 points batting average. Cortez's home numbers are spectacular. 1.84 ERA, 195 opponents batting average. Nasty Nestor has 57 strikeouts and just 6 walks at home. The Red Sox rake lefties, 267, 787 since June 1st. Yankees are hitting righties decently, 247, 51 since June 1st. Yankees bullpen is now 3rd worst since June 1st. The Jays have usurped that 2nd worst spot. 4.85 ERA, 1.41 whip. The Red Sox bullpen's been good all year long. JP says Cortez good numbers versus Boston, though. Red Sox versus lefties on a Friday on the road. Joseph Gomez says the Jose special, Boston first 5. Lee Davis says Rafael Devers needs 1 hit for 1,000 career hits. Lee Davis says this could be the spark for the Yankees. Sox put them in this tailspin 3 weeks ago, leaning first 5 under. And Rod Zawacki says Boston money line. Boston just whooped the Yankees and bad stash. Cortez looking awful. JP says Yanks 2-8 over their last 10. I would literally just be fading Boston's Friday record. And Billy Friedrich says Yanks Boston games, bet the full game over and be done with it. Jose, big one. Big one. Red Sox Yankees.
Yeah, Sox. I'm on it. Money line. I bet it before, well, right as the show was kicking off, I guess. Plus 124. I guess I can say I was wrong about the Red Sox against lefties. The development for the Red Sox hitting wise has been astonishing. We've loved to see it. But we've said now for a little bit, this Yankees team has just not been that good. And I can, I guess I'll be wrong about the Yankees making the World Series this year too. I'll be fine with that. But I just think the Red Sox win this game. Their bullpen has been bad, the Yankees. I will trust the statistics there. Red Sox bullpen a little taxed after yesterday. I will admit it's a little worrisome, but Bernardino and Jansen only threw 10 pitches yesterday, so Jansen specific will be available. Chris Martin will probably be available, and I like our odds here. So I took him full game. I think Tanner Houck bounces back. He's been pretty okay. Rough start last time out. That was his worst start of the season, but I expect him to bounce back. The worry going forward, and specifically after the All-Star break, will obviously be innings. He's already at his career high, and we're going to see how that goes. He wasn't even supposed to be a starter coming into the season, and then with all the injuries and movement and stuff, they put him in there, and he's been phenomenal. So maybe there'll be some wear and tear. Maybe that was what he was feeling there a little bit, but I do expect him to pitch well here, and the Red Sox win this game. The most concerning factor is JPZ mentioned. The Friday Red Sox suck ass. They have not got a good record on Friday for whatever reason, and I typically don't believe in that stuff. But just a note, but I'm on the Red Sox full game.
And Nate Dogg has a question. Our guy Nate Dogg gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships, also a gold member. He says, how taxed is Boston's pen after yesterday?
Yes, it's not ideal, like I said. 10 pitches for Jansen, 10 for Bernardino, 19 for Slayton. I think all those guys will be available. The 2 guys I don't expect to be available, Zach Kelly, 30 yesterday. Greg Weissert, 23 yesterday, both probably down. Bailey Horn, Chris Martin, Justin Slayton, Bernardino, and Jansen will all be available. And Bernardino will be throwing on his 3rd straight day. He threw 4 pitches Wednesday and 10 yesterday. So if there comes a spot where they need a lefty, I expect him to be the guy they throw out there still. So we'll see. And obviously, Soto is probably the lefty that they're specifically going to target. But we'll see. I do like the chances for right-handed Chris Sale. By the way, Tanner Houck's career against the Yankees last year, 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs. 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. All of his starts last year. So exciting.
Panger Life on the over 8 and Mike Wilkerson on the over 8. Look,
I'd rather be on the under.
I agree completely with what you guys are seeing. I just, when 97 and 98% of the cash and tickets are on the over and it moves down a half run, I don't want to ever walk into the open arms of the books, ever. And I get what you guys are seeing, and I'll be very interested to see if you guys succeed. It was the first thing that I kind of not the first thing. I'm trying to not bet the first thing but it was the first thing that jumped out at me after watching these two guys of late. Okay, we roll on. Jose on the Boston Red Sox plus 124. Here we go. This is my double up spot in this game. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Chicago White Sox 25-64, 9-35 on the road. Miami Marlins 30-57, 16-30 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. And when I got my guy the torpedo on the mound. Yes, I like him. I also like this Miami Marlins bullpen. And we have Brian Hoeing. He's not going to go deep. He just came off VIL. He's been a starter in the past, but he's, he threw 49 pitches, 2 2/3 in that rehab appearance. But I'll tell you this. I moved on this game this morning, and it wasn't available at Pinnacle, and I beat in the 4 hour. That line has moved 25 cents in my favor on the 8.5 under. I got minus 120. It was, I think, I can't remember what it was. I did look at a couple other books, but it wasn't available at Pinnacle, and we didn't know who was starting. And Nate Dogg says Marlins threw the whole pen yesterday. These two teams can't hit. The White Sox are the more dangerous offense than the Marlins. Yes, I expect. No, we didn't. We weren't told that Rodri Munoz is the opener. At least, let me refresh this. But this is just a bullpen day.
I don't have a primary.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Look, go over how taxed this Marlins bullpen is.
I think
the first
got bodies.
10 cents. Sorry?
They've got a lot of bodies back there. It's the difference here. Like Calvin Fauché, Anthony Bender, Andrew Nardi, all will probably be down, throwing 2 days in a row. Probably won't throw 3. AJ Puck, Tanner Scott, and my old friend Matt Andriese will all probably be available, even though they threw 19, 17, and 16 pitches. Like Matt Andriese was probably just called up, so he'll be fresh. And the guys that didn't throw yesterday, JT Chargois, Declan Cronin, will probably both be available as well. And Oscar Brazaban threw 38 on Wednesday, so I expect he'll probably need another day. But yeah, their bullpen, will maybe be a little taxed, but they'll have guys available to go. It's not like they don't have bodies.
The Marlins are hitting 217 with a 593 OPS since June 1st, first righties. White Sox 221, 648. It's hooing. I should not be pronouncing it hoeing. This is our friend Monica. I love it. Thank you for that, Monica. And look, I was bullish on this spot. This until I moved on the unders at Wrigley. This was my biggest investment. The Bombers are going to be my biggest investment, but this was a major investment for me today. Dope. Top set, dope, man. So this is a major investment for me today. So let's go over the line history here and this one. The roof will be closed. It's hot and sticky in the summer. The total, as I said, I got 8.5 minus 120. Right now at 365, it's minus 145. This is where I bet it was at 365. It wasn't available at the time at Pinnacle. Pinnacle has this as an 8. It's 8s right across the board. This opened up at 8.5. Oh, it was available. I guess it already moved to 8. I'm tripping now. I know I took it at 365. I think now I'm remembering it. Maybe it was at 8.5 and minus 122 at Pinnacle and 120 at 365. But this opened up at 8.5 late last night, moved to 8. Then it got up to 8.5 for a couple cups of coffee this morning and right back to 8. Let's get into the cash flow here for this one. We have 86% of the tickets and 80% of the cash on the over. This hasn't changed. It's changed a little bit. I think it was like 12 and 18 on the under. Now it's 14 and 20. But bigger bets are coming in on the under, and I'm comfortable with that. On the money line here, we have 70% of tickets, 68% of cash on the Miami Marlins. And we haven't talked, just because I doubled up on the total and my focus is there, and I apologize. Let's get over to that line history on the money line. Minus 129 on the fish, and they opened up at minus 104. Wow. That's the real deal. 25-cent move. And I think Torpedo's going to be fine. I really do. I think Torpedo's going to be fine. So if they're saying that this Marlins bullpen day is going to be successful against the weak hitting Sox, I really like this bet. Jose, take it away.
Yeah, I was going to bet Drew Thorpe, but the live movement has taken me off. I don't hate an under. We talk about how bullpen days are typically good for these shitty bullpens. They typically perform and pitch well, but I just haven't moved on it. But yeah, I like the White Sox in this game before the live movement, and it just kept me off, so I'm off this game.
What happens with these bullpen days is if they're done right, with options, you don't get those really crooked number innings. You can get out of those problems. Whereas if you have the starter in and you have a tax bullpen, you need him to go, you let him try to pitch through things. You don't have to here.
Rem is right. The San Antonio Missionaries could beat the fuck out of these teams. I don't have a way to contact Rem, but maybe if my pussy lips are disgusting enough, I'll send Rem an email tonight as well. Who knows?
Well, that's nice of you. But only if your team is the victor.
Well, I didn't say that I wouldn't contact other Canadians during the game. I said I wouldn't contact you during the game.
Reggie says that Thorpe gives up a lot of walks. Look, I really believe in the kid. Don't let that one blow up start get too much into your thought process. Morgan Spooner's on the White Sox first 5 money line here, and Jay Peasy looking at the Shohei props. So that's my double up spot. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern, with the Detroit Tigers 39-48, 20-26 on the road, at the Cincinnati Reds 42-45, 20-23 at home. We're at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's take a look at the weather in Cincy. Rain to start this off, but it goes away, becomes clear. So this game will likely be pushed back a little bit. If it is pushed back, the wind really dies down. So the 9.6 miles per hour out to left center dies down to 5.9 2 hours into the game, which might only be half an hour into the game. So it's important not to get too caught up with the wind blowing out. It's not that hot. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one. On the money line, we have the Reds right now and Carson Spires. Jose, I did look at them to win the division today. 16-1, the Reds. 16-1. I was just curious. I know they're 9.5 games back. I also looked at them to make the playoffs at plus 375. While I'm setting this up, could you put your thoughts together on the Reds to make the playoffs at plus 375? Reese Olson and Carson Spires. The Reds are bringing up these strong young pitchers. The problem with the Reds is they're not going to be buyers at the deadline. Carson Spires looks good. Carson Spires is one of a rarity in this day and age, undrafted. Went through university undrafted, has earned this opportunity. His last start, 9-4 win at the Cardinals. That's when he went up against Sonny Gray. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, just 1 was earned, 4 Ks and 1 walk. Tigers are not hitting at all, just like old times. 206, 613 OPS. Reds versus righties, 231, 707 OPS. And this Reds bullpen has been very good. This Tigers bullpen is not to be trusted. And I like Reese Olson, 2-8, but a 3.32 ERA. He's only allowed 4 home runs over 89 in the third. By the way, fading Christopher Sanchez after the complete game shutout, watching him allow his 2nd home run of the year. I was at the gas station losing my mind there. I was like, oh God, because I needed that win for the Cubbies on the first 5+ money, and oh God, did I lose it with that 3-run jack-o'-lantern by Ian Happ. On the road, he's been strong. This is these are 2 good young pitchers. So we have a real move, 17 cents to the Reds and Spires. And on the total here, we have it as a 9 minus 108 to the under. This opened minus 102 to the under. This started getting, it's a couple different times the under's being juiced up and then it's just come back, but still you have 6 cents of movement towards that under. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 76% of tickets and 86% of cash on the Reds. Market respecting that. 58% of tickets and 56% of cash on the under, and the line moving slightly in that direction. So this is game 2 of 3 games on the card that have tickets and cash on the under, something we just haven't been seeing these days. Jose, take it away. Tigers, Reds, and start with the plus 375 to win the division.
I thought it would be more, honestly, but I don't hate it. The issue, obviously, is they have a couple teams to pass. They are 3.5 games back of the St. Louis Cardinals. And in front of them are teams like the Diamondbacks, who I consider a legit, playoff team probably. The Mets, I don't know. The Giants, I don't think are for real. And then you have the Reds at 42 and 45. They have a plus 21 run differential as well, and none of those teams in front of them have a higher run differential. The Cardinals actually have a minus 37 run differential, which is obviously not good. Arizona is dead even. Mets plus 12 and Giants minus 27, while the Reds are plus 21. Makes me feel a little better about them. I just wanted to look and see what the strength of schedules are for these teams, and I trying to find that out right now. So the strength of schedule here for the Reds, they actually have, and I'm on a website, it's Tankathon, actually. I didn't realize that Tankathon had a baseball version of them. I thought it was only basketball, but so here are the Reds, and this is nice. They actually have how many games they have left against everyone as well. So they have the 28th weakest schedule in the MLB. They have the weakest schedule in the National League left as well. 75 games left, 483 win percentage. Their toughest remaining opponents, they have 2 games against the Guardians. They have 7 games against the Brewers, 3 games against the Twins, 6 games against the Braves, 3 against the Royals, and 6 against the Cardinals. And those 6 games against the Cardinals are obviously going to be very important for you in that playoff bet. Easiest opponents, according to this website, obviously, 4 games against the Rockies, 7 against the Marlins, 3 against the A's, 3 against the Tigers, 3 against the Blue Jays, and 6 against the Cubs. And those games against the Cubs will also be extremely important for you there. Now, you need the Cardinals, and I would say the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks to fall off. Those will be your main competition. I'd say specifically the Diamondbacks, because the other 2 wildcard teams, are the Braves, who are going to make it, and the Padres, who are a half game up on the Cardinals. I think the Padres will probably take that second wild card, or maybe even the third, depending on how it goes. So I don't believe in the Cardinals. Truly, I understand their rotation is a bunch of old veterans, and their hitting, has been up and down all year. But I think the Cardinals fall off. Then, like I said, the Diamondbacks turn out to be your toughest opponent, and they have the 8th toughest schedule left. 75 games left, a 509 strength of schedule. 4 games against the Phillies, 3 against the Guardians, 4 games against the Dodgers, 7 games against the Brewers, 4 games against the Braves, 3 against the Red Sox, at the Red Sox, by the way. I actually know that off the top of my head. And their easy opponents, 6 against the Rockies. Well, you guys have 4. They only have 3 games against the Marlins, where the Cincinnati Reds have 7. 3 against the Blue Jays, 2 against the Rangers, 3 against the Cubs, and 3 against the Nationals there. So all that long-winded to say that I definitely don't hate it. I, personally, like I said, I thought it would be a little more, but maybe that's an indicator of how, maybe not like how likely it is, but them having better odds than people think, I guess, going into it. So I don't hate it. It's just obviously, like you said, the issue is what are we going to expect this Reds team to do? Because in the past trade deadlines, they haven't necessarily like done nothing. They've gone out there and tried to make their team a little better, but it's just, those little moves on the edges that if you're a really good team matters, but if you're like an okay team, then it doesn't do much for you. So obviously, I think the biggest obstacle for the Reds is going to be their hitting, and is going to be the issue with the MLB trade deadline now is there's not enough sellers because everyone's in it now for so long. No one wants to sell, and then you kind of SOL from there. So that's my big hang up with the Reds.
Oh, it's a very, very good breakdown there, Jose. Excellent work. So do we feel like this is a letdown spot after the Yankees? I mean, I've got 3 futures and I expect them all to cash, and that's why I'm hesitant to add this 375.
Yeah, like I said, I would expect it to be more, but the issue will always be like, can the Reds hit? I do expect a little bit of a letdown here, like you guys are mentioning. Reese Olson has been very good all year. Maybe the rain and weather start kind of thing. But I just ultimately had to stay off this game because I think the Reds sweeping the Yankees is maybe more of the Yankees sucking than the Reds being really good.
But the Reds' young pitchers are the real deal. Johnny K says feels like more of a gamble than an edge. I agree. Philly Eagle Flyer going to his patented tie after 2 innings, which he does with great success. At plus 194. I don't want to fade Reese Olson either. I think there's a legitimate move towards the Reds here. This is a team. Okay, so last year, I listened to an interview of a guy who works closely with the Reds, and he was saying that this clubhouse is the most positive clubhouse he's ever been a part of. He's ever seen in his career. He's like, these guys like playing each other, and they got up. There was high hopes for them at the start of the year, and they got off to this bad start. I mean, why wouldn't they roll here? The problem is at plus 375, we're still going to need them to, I mean, I could just bet them to win some of these playing games. I mean, it's not like the odds are going to be that much different if
yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I have the negative, or I guess I have the thought of being, you're already up your 3. Well, I don't know if you're up, I guess, but you're already up those units. I would say, yeah, you have a free roll at that 375, but you say that you have your money. That's your money already, not the book's money. You want to keep your money. I have, the opposite mindset sometimes, which is definitely not a good thing sometimes for me.
The Reds coming off that sweep of the Yankees. Is this a letdown spot? That's all. Let's hit that and then.
Yeah, I think so. By the way, Morgan, this is interesting. Morgan, I live in Ohio. This morning, one of my service advisors came up to me stoked because the Reds, the sweep of the Yankees. He told me the Reds are going to make it far this year. Makes me want to fade the Reds from here on. That's very funny. It could
be a letdown spot. They're switching cities. I'll leave this one alone, but I do find it quite appealing. And I'm sorry that I loved your breakdown on the division. That was very thorough. Let's move on. I find it a very interesting ball game. I don't see why this first 5 wouldn't go under. The only problem is, that I don't think this game starts on time.
Yeah, that's the thing that also sketched me out. Like, if this game starts and then they have to stop it or they push it back.
Push it back.
So
which is tricky.
I don't even like that for 2 young pitchers either.
All right, let's move on. 7:10 p.m. Eastern. I moved on the Guardians on the -1 line. Okay, so this is when. Okay, so I moved on this when it wasn't available at Pinnacle because they didn't know who was pitching for the Giants. We believe it's Spencer Bivens. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing that right. Spencer Bivens. You know what's so wild about today's card, which I think I never see, is we have Spencer Bivens and Carson Spires. We have 2 pitchers who weren't drafted. Now, Eric Miller says Lee Davis is the opener. Does that mean that Bivens is the...
I have Bivens as the primary. So, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so give me the Miller breakdown. I like these guys. I've got Hoeing up here. Hooing, I should say. Sorry. Let's get rid of Hooing's breakdown. And let's get back to... I got him twice here. Hooing. There we go. And let's get Spencer up here. This is a guy who's earned this opportunity. He pitched at Rogers State, somehow went undrafted. And this guy's earned all of this. He's now 30 years old, just turned 30 a week ago. He played, in the Mexican Winter League. He's been all over the place. And I mean, this guy at 29 years of age, Jose, was in high A at Eugene.
Respect.
Yeah.
I bet you all of his teammates are like 20 years old, 21 years old. He must feel like an old ass man.
The average age of high A is 23.1 years of age.
Yeah, fuck. That's crazy. My buddy stopped playing baseball. He's 27. I couldn't imagine being in single A at 29. And he was almost a triple A. Like that's grind right there.
It sure is. It sure is. This year, he opened up in Sacramento of the PCL League, and he was excellent. He wasn't starting games. He was coming in from the bullpen. But he got to start last game. That was against the Dodgers at home, and he got to start. So, yeah, Miller will be the opener, Kong, and then Spencer Bivens will come in. And he went 5 innings. He allowed just a solo shot, 1 run at home versus the Dodgers. And 0-0 starting the second half. Thank you, Energy. I worry about Spencer Bivens in this start. I think he should be okay, but I worry about him here. Sharon Pulley in the house. What up, Sharon, my guy? Tanner Bybee is pitching excellently. Now, he hasn't been that good at home. I think he can change that. He still's only allowed 5 jacks over 43 and a third, 53 strikeouts. And the Giants are traveling into Cleveland. Cleveland being sitting here. The huge bullpen advantage for the Guardians, huge. The advantage everywhere. There's no spot in this game where there isn't a Cleveland Guardians advantage. So I moved on this when it wasn't available at Pinnacle, and I got -170 and +130, which gave me a -1 at -117. And I'm extremely curious to see what it is right now. I have not looked back at it. So again, this was not available at Pinnacle at the time. Now it's -180 and +120 at 365. So not a big move. I imagine Pinnacle probably has it around where I took it at. So let's take a look at the total in this one. This is an 8.5 -113 to the under. This opened up at 8.5, dropped to 8, back to 8.5. There's just been 2 cents or a cent of movement to the over. And on the money line, this is what I'm most interested in. Cleveland's at -168. So I could have got, and it's shit. There's been a 7-cent move towards the Giants. I don't like that at all. I'm sure it's going to be all the money on the Guardians. I mean, you take these risks when you don't know really what the market's going to hold. There's 70% ticket, 79% cash on the over. And on the money line, 82 and 79. I guess I don't need to worry that much. It's not that much. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little more nervous now, but I just felt there was an advantage in every single which way. And Spencer Bivens must have cared so much about his first start. And now they're not even starting him. Now he's got to come in off of the opener's back. I just on the road against the Guardians team that wants it. Take it away, Jose. Giants, Guardians.
Yeah, I'm staying off the game. Eric Miller has only given up 2 earned runs in each of he's had 8 starts, or I should say 8, opener appearances, gone 1 inning almost every time. The only time he didn't go, or he went more than an inning, he gave up those 2 earned runs. So he's going to go 1 inning, get out of there, and then probably Bivens. But I didn't want to back the Guardians here at a big price, and I don't take -1s. So no action for me.
We roll on. We have BJ's best bet. It is the Atlanta Braves. And not only do we have BJ's best bet, but we also have sweet, sweet taint. BJ's best bet, taint, and our first MLB guest appearance of the day, coming to us from Dallas, Texas, fresh off July 4th celebrations. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Dabra Cadabra, to the show. Dabby, how are you?
Good, man. Still back from the storms, and the air conditioning is nice. So I'm enjoying being back here capping where I'm comfortable with you guys. I'm ready to make some more money today. What was Taint What was Taint? All I heard was Taint. Like, what
Taint
was?
is the Braves first 5 minus a half at even money. BJ's best bet is the Braves money line. We're in hot Atlanta for this one. And Jay Peasy, Braves are going to be his play of the day, laying the minus 129 juice. 92 Fahrenheit, feels like a hundo. 9.2 miles per hour right to left. And then by the end of it, it's like 6.8 and it's very slightly out. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Phillies, Braves. We have the Braves sitting at minus 131. They opened up at minus 130. And at 5 in the morning, they got up to minus 147. At that point, we'd had 17 cents of movement towards them. Now, just 1 cent of movement. Let's get to the total. On the total, this is sitting here at 7.5 minus 109 to the under. You know, it's fascinating that this is happening because I wanted to move on the under. And by the time I'd figured that out, it was a little late to the party. And there'd been no movement to the under. And then I saw an 8 this morning. It's back at 7.5, though, and 9 cents to the under. So the under again becomes appealing to me. Let's get into the cash here. Morgan Spooner says, I like the opener for young guys. Give them a chance to get comfort in the first inning being pitched without Jose Ramirez putting a mistake over the fence. I mean, yeah, but Bivens is 30. But I feel you, pitchers who haven't been in the show for that long. Bivens just got his first ever start and he delivered against the Dodgers. I would give him the chance right again. But, these guys know what they're doing. Let's get to the cash flow here. 74% of the tickets on the Braves, 57%. So the bigger bets coming in on the Philadelphia Phillies. On the total, 99% of tickets and 98% of cash on the over. The under is becoming more and more appealing now. Aaron Nola, 9-4, 3.43 ERA, 1.04 whip. Last start, 6 2/3, 3 earned runs, and a 3-2 loss at home versus the Marlins. He's been good on the road all year. 3.18 ERA, opponents hitting 228 against him. He's allowed 4 jacks over 45 in the third. Going up against Max Fried, 7-3, 2.91 ERA, 1.09 whip. Looking very good. Coming off 6 innings, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, 3 walks. In a 2-1 extra inning win at home versus the Pirates. He's been great at home all year. 2.92 ERA. He's only allowed 1 home run and 37 home innings. Phillies versus lefties, 240, 738 OPS. And the Braves, we know they don't hit righties, 215, 654. And these bullpens are absolutely elite. Since June 1st, Phillies 2.49 ERA, 1.02 whip. Braves 2.65 ERA, 1.06 whip. Here we go. Daby Cab, take it away for us, my man. Phillies, Braves.
Yeah, I like aligning with some of the guys in there. As somebody who's been all over Philly at the right opportunity here, I like the idea of being behind the Braves and Max Fried here. At the beginning of the year, everybody was freaking out, on him. But since then, he's got the 7-3 record. But even more important, the Braves are 12-4 in his 16 starts on the season. They've won 12 games that he started. That's a big number there. And he's gotten that ERA all the way down to a 2.91 through those 16 games. And, even though the Braves haven't been hitting well, and recently they've been really struggling at the plate, it's been atrocious. At home, they're still hitting 260 as a team. And the 3 games they played the Phillies this year, they hit 330 against them. Now, that was the first series of the season. You got Nola. He gave up 11 hits there. So take it lightly. I wouldn't jump all over those numbers for a pitcher's first start of the season. But at the same time, he did give up 11 hits. So, they obviously could see him there. I like the Braves. I have not exactly decided how I'm going to bet it. I was looking at that team total over 3.5. The number has come down, Jimmy, since I've been on here, and I haven't pulled the trigger yet. So I'm just going to keep watching it. And as soon as I get minus 125 or so, I'm going to bet it.
The first 5 opened up 4 minus 114 to the over. 119 to the over. That surprised me too. Putting the under 4 at plus money. Now there's been 5 cents of movement now. And why would 99% of the tickets and cash be on the over in this one? Cab looking at the Braves team total over. What's Jose looking at?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the under was semi-appealing in this game. All the money on the over. But I saw flashbacks of yesterday, hitting me kind of. So I've stayed off this game. I think it'll be a fun game to watch. I lean Phillies, but we've talked about how maybe their 2 best bats, arguably, two best bats gone, makes them an under team, makes them half the team than they once was. So I definitely think the Braves could beat him here, but I stay off. I want no action, but I lean under as well with you, Jimmy.
So what is the main reason you're not betting it?
I think just and shout out to the Undoing Project, just the bets from yesterday, all those games just soaring over. How hot is it going to be in Atlanta today?
Feels like a hundo.
Yeah, I just have a concern that the pitchers just melt out there. And, you know, I don't know how it is across the nation, but it's hot as fuck in Texas constantly. So I think it's just hot everywhere. But, you know, some places are not used to getting this 100 degrees immediately already. And like in Philadelphia, I'm assuming, how many times has Nola been 100 this year? I don't know. I'd rather them being 100 a couple more times than me bet on them the first time there. So I stayed off this game, and it's a good game. It's going to be a great game to watch. But the under, again, like I said, was appealing to me. Jimmy, did you have this at an 8? Because I had this at 7.5 the whole time. It was juiced to the over, if I can find it. Yeah, 7.5 minus 120, and it has not moved much. 7.5 minus 115 now to the over.
Robert Franklin, the first 504. Yeah, I went up to 8 for a quick cup of coffee. Nutflush Allen says Braves offense is not backable.
It's been bad lately.
So let's go back to you, Cab. Is this a waffle spot? Is this a moving spot?
This is developing. I just want to sit with it for a little bit. But like I said, I do have. I added a prop that I want to throw out there when we're done talking about the next game that I'm on. But I've got 3 bets still today.
All right, well, stick with us here because there's one game in between your next best bet spot. So let's move on. 8:05 p.m. Eastern next up for us, Rays Rangers, and we have the Wizard of Boz back. It's been a long time since we've seen Shane Boz. He is you unlock the game when you figure out what Shane Boz is going to do. So let's just start right up at that. Jose, what is your expectation of the Wizard of Boz?
That's a great question. And like you said, that will determine basically the whole start, how he does. So minor league rehab starts, 10 of them, 40 innings pitched, 39 in the third, if you want to be specific. 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 Ks, 2 walks, 3 shutout innings. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run. And again, like you guys know, I typically look at the strikes and walks to see how he does. 10 strikes, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks. So I think he can be, not fully back, like 100% ready to go, but I think he's ready to go out here and pitch well against a Rangers offense that we know is shit this year.
Yeah, 1.58 whip in Durham. Probably not what he was looking for. Now, he only allowed 2 jacks in the 39 and a third that he threw, but 44 Ks, 23 walks. Not excellent here for Boz, who all of a sudden is 25. I mean, it feels like yesterday this was a kid. Remember, he was picked out of high school in 2017, 12th overall.
By the way, Jimmy, I will say that K to walk ratio is going to be is definitely skewed a little bit because I read you off his last 4 starts. His first 3 starts, or I guess 3 appearances, no strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. So the early numbers and early horribleness definitely hurts him there. And Trisha, son of a fucking bitch, I was going to move on that fucking horse and I fucking didn't. God damn it.
He's hurt me the last little while. I mean, I got a loaded HPI account, but he's not been succeeding for me.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. People tell me like, yeah, he's been cold. But today when Trisha put it in there, I was like, God damn.
Rays Rangers here. Boz versus Michael Lorenzen. Lorenzen's last start, he allowed 5 earned runs over 5 innings, 6-5 loss at the Orioles. He's been okay at home. Like, he gets soft contact, but over 29 2/3, a 17 strikeout, 11 walk ratio is not what you're looking for. As Jose mentioned, the Rangers aren't hitting righties. The Rays really aren't hitting righties that hard. Their offense has been better than we expected at 232, 704 OPS, but Rangers versus righties 219, 606 OPS. Rangers bullpen's getting better and better as this season goes on. So keep an eye out for that as we move forward. Let's take a look at the line history and then hear what Daby Cab thinks of the Wizard of Boz back in MLB. I've got the first 5 up, so I'll just tell you. The first 5 totals at 4.5, a minus 110 to the under. So there's been 8 cents of movement to the first 5 under. Let's get to this full game total. Here is at 8.5, juice to the over. There's been 4 cents of movement to the under, but it's still juiced to the over at minus 111. And then on the money line here for this one, we have the Rangers at minus 105. They opened up at minus 109, so we've had 4 cents of movement to the Tampa Bay Rays. When we get to the cash flow, Troy mentioned that he was going to move on and under, and I asked him what game that was. Troy, 100% back in the under in this game. Could you let us know which game you were talking about? Oh,
he's talking
Rangers
about this
Rays.
one.
Okay, Rangers Rays. Okay, so he wants the under in Lorenzen Boz. The Rangers are the right outfit for him to get this start against. We know that this guy's more than capable of delivering. So let's take a look at the cash flow. Cash flow on this one, 89% of tickets, 87% cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 68% of tickets and 89% cash on the Rangers. It sounds to me like the under and the Rays is the spot. Daby Cab, I know this is not one of your best bets. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I have a prop that I bet in this game, but it's not really something I'm giving out as a best bet on here. But I took Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs at plus 110. But it's a smaller bet on it. He's got 9 hits in his last 20 at bats, 3 home runs and a double in those 20 at bats. So he's just seeing the ball well right now. His brother's on the other team. You always want to play well when you're going against family. And I just think it's a good situation. Over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs at plus money is a great price for somebody that's hitting the ball the way that he is. Outside of that, I don't trust the Rangers. I wouldn't want anything to do with the Rangers here, and it's hard for me to expect something out of somebody on their first start. I always stay away from people on their first start back. So no real lean. One thing you can do. I know the Rangers bullpen's getting better, but if the Rays get the lead, or if the Rangers get the lead, bet the Rays. Muted.
Sorry, my kids. So you don't trust the bullpen?
Not yet, no.
Okay. So Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. What was the number on that?
Plus 110.
And is this official?
No, I'm not. I wasn't going to give it official for the show. No.
Okay.
I'm just letting people know I have a bet on it. I mean, yeah, you know what? Make it official. It don't matter. Fuck it. Might as well start loading up more. I don't have as much money on it as my other bets.
Over 1. Okay. Jose, take it away.
I don't know how you do that, Daby. I have to make all my bets the same amount because I'd be fucking furious if I lost one that I felt great about and then cash one that I was like, oh, who knows? But I respect that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be official with both these Rays and the under. I'll trust the Wizard. I like the under in this game. Lorenzen, just keep your shit together. The Rays offense last half month has been playing well. They are, let me see here, 7th against righties this last month or so. 121 weighted runs created plus from the 15th to today. So I respect the Rays, but I will still back the under here, hoping that the Rangers don't do shit. So full game under 8.5, minus 107. And the Rays money line, Rays, Jesus, minus 105.
I like both of those spots. I think they both make sense. I think I can understand Morgan Spooner's, says I don't think he will come up and shove and Daby, it was you that said, I believe it was you that said that you don't want to back them on their very first start. Was that you?
Mm-hmm.
I find it a little different when it's TJ when you've been gone for 2 years than others, because that's a long time to be out. And I have a feeling like when they get that opportunity, that they've been sitting there for 2 years working towards, that they deliver. And maybe that's just again, romanticizing a sport that I love instead of really capping it properly. But I think both those spots are legit. The only problem with the under 8.5, and it might be enough to get us off of it, get me off it, Jose, is the Tampa Bay Bats rolling yesterday, traveling into Texas. Do you not expect them to roll? You must expect them to roll again, but you think
that's the big concern for the under. Yeah, that's my main concern for the under, and that's kind of why I bet the Rays as well.
Okay, well, I'm certainly going to be on the Rays. The question is, do I also move on the under 8.5? I'll make that decision here shortly. Let's get back to Cab. And Cab has moved on Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs at plus 110. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. We have a best bet here from Daby Cab. We have Sean Dubin here pitching for the Astros. I believe I have Dubster's.
Do you call him Sean Daby Cab?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he didn't enjoy that comment at all, Jose.
No, he didn't like that.
He's all business here, man. Weren't you wearing a blazer a little while ago?
Yeah, that was all business. Yeah.
And you just stopped being you just let it go?
It's a little hot, yeah. But I'm wearing my Germany shirt because fuck Flash, obviously. You know, I want Germany to win now to sink his futures, because what have he said?
You know, and we have the ribeye play of the day. Marcel
God
Ozuna
bless.
at
Finally.
145. Ozuna at 145. Our moment of zen. You want to hit the button for us?
Finally. I just need to hear this babbling brook.
I mean, it's just perfectly shaped. Can you play it again without the... I think we might need to create one without Mike's face. Huh?
I'll just zoom in onto the kebab, and we'll just
it's
have
not
a
the
great
kebab
time.
that needs to be zoomed. Ozuna plus 145 is the ribeye play of the day from Mikey Money, who's been so successful with the ribeye play of the day. Ozuna at plus 145. Okay, let's roll into this Astros Twinkie spot. So we have Sean Dubin. Sean Dubin started against the Mets last out. Went 3 1/3, 2 Ks and 3 walks. So he's going to go a few innings. Then Pablo Lopez is starting to pitch well. How long will this last? That last couple starts have been, I think he's got 23 strikeouts over his last 2 starts. That last one, 5-1 win at the Mariners, was a thing of beauty. Look, he's not been good at home this year. 5.14 ERA, 286 opponent's batting average. Does have 43 Ks and 6 walks. He is capable of greatness. Will he deliver it here? Astros versus righties, 271, 776 OPS. Twins smashing righties right now, 274, 807 OPS. And both bullpens have been very good since June 1st. So let's take a look at the line history, but let's start with the weather here in the Twin Cities. We have 72 Fahrenheit, 6.2 miles per hour, slightly in left to right. And then by the end of it becomes fully in, but it's very light, down to 3.7. So it really shouldn't play too much into our cap. We have the Twins at minus 147. They opened up at minus 150. At one point, they got up to minus 156 or so. It's amazing, this line. I get it, it's Lopez versus Dubin, but hard to imagine the Astros is this big of a dog with anybody they have on their team on the mound, or on their pitching staff on the mound. This total is sitting at an 8. It opened up at an 8.5, it dropped down to 8, and then got back up to 8.5. But now it's at 8 again. So we have a legit move to the under, and really no move on the side. We have 79% of the tickets, but just 43% of the cash on the Twins. I'm sure there's cappers sitting there going, look, I understand there's a pitching advantage for the Twins, but the Astros shouldn't be this price. 98% of tickets, 98% cash on the over, and we've dropped down to 8. Take it away for us, Daby Cab. Best bet time. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so I don't know about the pitching side of it so much for the Astros, but as far as the offense goes, their offense has been on fire. And, Lopez had a good start against them earlier in the season. But if you look, his opponent batting average sitting at about 244 right now on the season. 4.88 ERA, 1.15 WHIP. And like I said, that 244 opposing batting average, it's just too high for me, especially with the way this Astros offense has been playing. I took the Astros team total over 3.5. Got it at minus 109. Like I said, I don't know if the Astros necessarily win this game at plus money. I think the value's on them. But there's no way I can't go with them. Over the last 2 weeks or 13 games, it might be a little more than 2 weeks, but over the past 13 games, this Astros offense is averaging 6.69 runs per game. And you're telling me they're going against a right-hander that's got an opposing batting average of 244 and they can't get 4 runs? No. And I got all 27 outs? No. I'm going to take the Astros here. And then you got Alvarez coming off of a no-hit game. Hits, runs, RBIs at minus 110 for over 1.5. Way too much value for that. This lines up for the right-hander that has a high opposing batting average that gives up more fly balls and ground balls. We're going to be on Alvarez. We're going to be on the Astros team total.
And that Alvarez spot was minus 110?
Yep. Ridiculous number, right?
He's being spectacular coming off a game. Pablo Lopez is rolling right now, but you can get Pablo Lopez out of the game and cash that. I'm that Heat said, don't trust a big butt and a smile. I mean, who cares about trust, man? Trust.
By the way, Jerry Davis just found out there's a kebab in that clip.
Yeah, that's true, Jerry Davis. That's true. We don't care. It's all ass for us here. You try and find someone hot barbecuing. I researched for 2 hours. Enjoyed
Jimmy
it.
took the time. He had to put in the graph to figure out, and he found it. He went to the jungles of the Brazil.
And that's not all I found here. And thank God I have someone to work with what I find, like our friend Jose Bouet, because we have this. Grandma's wearing your sister's panties play of the day.
You love it, Cab.
It is Minnesota and the under 7.5 from Mikey Money. So, Jose, take it away. Astros, Twins, your fellow Venezuelan Pablo Lopez on the bump, who will be also focused on the soccer game tonight.
No, hopefully not. He'll be pitching well, but I'm not going to bet on him. I bet on Sean Dubin last time out because the market was kind of screaming too. But I just ended up staying off this game. I'd lean Astros again here. But I have a point of principle. I don't fade Venezuelans on Venezuelan Independence Day. That's just a rule of life,
It is a rule of life. I did celebrate my first Venezuelan Independence Day a couple years ago, and it was great fun. Brought the whole family. It was great fun. Cool bar. I've been back once because it was great. Alvarez over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs minus 110. Astros team total over 3.5 for Daby Cab, and he also has given us the Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs.
Can I throw one other thing out there, Jimmy?
Yes. Is it on a game that we can talk about?
Yes.
Which game?
The Dodgers game.
The Dodgers game that's at the end of the show. Are you cool to stick around for a bit so we can cap that whole thing together? Or do you want to? It's okay if you got stuff to do.
Yes, I can. I've got to leave here in an hour. I'm sure you'll get there before an hour.
Yes, easily.
Okay.
Okay, dope. Okay, so we have Daby Cab joining us again for Dodgers action. I'm going to stay off this spot here for Astros Twinkies. Let's move on. Jose, 8:10 p.m. Eastern. Kansas City Royals 48-41, 17-23 on the road. The Colorado Rockies 30-57, 18-26 at home at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Kyle Freeland is a problem, and he was gone for a while, and he's come back with 2 strong starts. I do not know what to do with him here. He won at Chicago White Sox. He looked good, really good. 2 earned runs, 6 2/3. Jose, if you could talk about who he faced in his first start, it's escaping me right now. Back from the IL. Royals don't hit lefties. 234, 622 OPS. This should be a spot for him here to pitch well. Cole Ragans, again, Jose, we got to talk about whether he's pitched in Coors Field or not. But
it was
he's
the
a
Nationals,
really good.
by the way.
Sorry,
Nationals.
Oh, it's Nationals game one. Okay, thank you. So he's gone up against two teams that aren't hitting lefties, and now he's faced another team that's not hitting lefties. Lee Davis leaning to the under 10.5. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? If we think Cole Ragans can handle this job, why wouldn't? That's the question here, because I think Kyle Freeland should have an okay start. Both bullpens are a problem. The unders have been cashing in Colorado. Let's get into it right now. 77 Fahrenheit, 9 miles per hour right to left across the diamond, dies down to 7.8. From a line history standpoint, this total is at 10.5, minus 107 to the under. This opened up at 10.5, dropped down to 10, got back up to 10.5 here. So overall, we've had 5 cents of movement on the over after, I'm not sure how many games in a row we've gone under now in Colorado. The Rockies are at plus 158. They opened up at plus 160, so we've had no movement on the side. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, you have 36% of tickets and 68% cash. That's sharp money on the over, because the unders have been hitting. So the bigger bets have come in. The public's on the under. They hit again. And then 79% tickets and 84% cash on the Royals. So the question is, do we move on the 3 straight under, says Lee Davis? Do we back the Rockies here against Cole Ragans? And do we back them first 5 because we want to stay away from the Rockies bullpen, even though that Royals bullpen is trash? Morgan Smith says, wind was blowing in last night. Rockies dropped a sack bunt in the first. Should have been a sign that game's a dead under. Take it away, Jose.
Yeah, no, I think I want to fade Ragans here. Hasn't faced the Rockies and Coors. Only faced them once, and that was at home in Texas back in the day. And like I said yesterday, I'll want to fade most any pitcher coming into Coors for the first time. So I'm going to take another team total here. I just have to decide what I want to do, because first 5 team total is over 1.5 minus 143, and I'm not going to do that. But I do believe in the Kyle Freeland experience. He's faced 2 shit teams, Nationals and White Sox. Nationals aren't too shit, but Kansas City against lefties, third to last in the last few weeks, 60 weighted runs created plus. Keep the momentum going, Kyle Freeland. So I'm going to take team total and first 5 here with you, Jimmy. First 5 is 155. There we go. I'm not going to take plus a half here because of hopefully some volatility. And then the team total is 4.5 plus 105, but I want to see if I can find better.
I think I am going to take the first 5 plus a half. I mean, you're going to get. Well, I should make sure I'm going to get plus money. Let me just quickly check if I'm going to get plus money on it. Yeah, when you see a pitcher like Ragans, 3.33 ERA, 1.17 whip, and a pitcher like Freeland, 7.94 ERA, 1.80 whip, and there's no price difference first 5. I mean, that's a sign. That's a sign to me that the Rockies are really live here first 5. And if I moved on them first 5 plus a half, wow, plus 113. I love it. Okay.
I got 155 and 4.5 over plus 105 there.
Nice job. Okay, we're on the same page. I like that. Was enjoyable. Lee Davis looking at the Rockies team total over 4.5 plus monies. And Dara saying Rockies are the play. DC says sell high spot, fade the Reds, Detroit plus 110. I'm kind of happy I stayed off of that. And I loved Jose. That was a really thorough breakdown you gave of the division with no notice. So great job there. Okay, let's move on. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Arizona Diamondbacks 43-44, 21-23 on the road. At the Padres 48-43, 24-22 home. By the way, Morgan Spooner saying Ragans relies 50% on fastballs. The pitchers that struggle most don't have dominant fastball like Ragans. No, that's true. That's true. This could hurt me, but I think that Freeland can deliver here. And the Rockies have been hitting lefties. 241, 732 OPS. So paying her life back in business with us. Let's get to work here. Diamondbacks, Padres, Slade Ciccone going up against Randy Vasquez, who's, don't look now. Randy Vasquez has 2 decent starts. Randy Vasquez, a pitcher that we want to fade, had 2 decent starts, and one was against your Red Sox.
Yeah, but bad thing he's going against your boy Slade here. He's your guy.
And Slade's been very good on the road. I don't really know what to do with Slade, and this Padres offense scares me, and this Diamondbacks offense scares me. Mally Mal says Ragans just got touched versus Guardians, expecting a bounce back. No, I don't. Not in the thin air here.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson says Yankees are giving away George Costanza bobbleheads tonight.
Who's that?
Don't worry. Porn star. Got this horse cock on him. Petco Park, San Diego, California. Let's get into the weather.
Porn star name.
Oh, yeah.
George is kind of an interesting choice.
Well,
by the way,
when he's banging broads, he's Jorge Costanza.
That's true. Shout out to him. Is he one of us? Is he one of me?
Yes, he is.
Good.
Venezuelan.
Shout out to Stacks over 8.5.
Stacks play of the day. You're absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. I have that up here. Stacks play today. Padres over 8.5. Stacks in business on the over 8.5 here. And shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey.
Stacks.
We have Nate Dogg also on the over 8.5. Stephen Hairston also on the over 8.5. And the Chillest, our guy, the Chillest in the house, says, as a Padres fan, they typically stumble. First game coming off the successful road trip. He's also on the over 8.5 here. Kong says Christian Walker is smoking hot right now. He'll be on him in some form today.
I mean, he's not at Dodger Stadium anymore, though, Kongs.
Yeah, he is raking right now.
I was so pissed off yesterday. I didn't take him for a home run after that game. I was like, God damn. Morgan, I would Morgan go ahead, put your money on me there. Plus 2,400 in a foot race. Just go ahead and put your money.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll put Flash in the race too to make it interesting.
We'll have to fly Flash up for that race, so that might cost a little bit of cash. Let's get back to Slade Ciccone, Randy Vasquez here. Ciccone has just not been good at home, and I don't know why. I don't know why that is. But on the road, he's been great. 40 in the third innings. He's got a 3.35 ERA, 30 strikeouts, just 6 walks over 40 in the third with a 228 opponents batting average. Randy Vasquez coming off 2 good starts. And also, Randy Vasquez has been fortunate at home. 307 opponents batting average, but a lot of singles. He's throwing 25 in the 30s. Looked a little bad. Both these teams are just raking right now. But the problem for some is that the Diamondbacks are switching cities. Now, they care about beating the Padres. It's not like they're going from the Dodgers to, I don't know, Miami. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the Padres at minus 101. They opened up at minus 109. The Diamondbacks have gone from plus 101 to minus 107. Let's get to the total here in this one. From a total side of things, we have, I'm still thinking about the Reds here. Not division, playoffs. The 8.5 opened up at 9 and dropped to 8.5. Now, it wasn't a legit 9. It was minus 117 to the under. The interesting part was there was a slight move, and this didn't open up till 8:28 a.m. this morning. It's a pretty legit move. It wasn't huge. It was juice to the under. But let's get into the cash flow then for this one. We have 71% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on the Padres in the move to the Diamondbacks. I wonder how concerned we should be about the city switch, even though it's not like a 7-game win streak or anything like that. But they were very impressive in LA. We're not backing the Reds after they sweep the Yankees. I'm not sure if these are the right decisions to make. 98% of the tickets, 98% of the cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Jose. Do we back Slade and the Diamondbacks here?
Yeah, I don't know. I stayed off this game. I see everyone on the over, and it definitely made me interested in it. But I don't have a good feel for Randy Vasquez. I don't have a good feel for Slade Ciccone. I was betting the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers because we saw in the playoffs in the highest stage last year. This is two teams that kind of unknown to me. And honestly, these are two teams that I'll tell you, the Diamondbacks need these games. I know it's early to talk about wild card shit, but they're like half game out, I think we talked about, and the Padres are the second team. So it's just a very important game for the Diamondbacks here. I feel like it feels like this is a team playing with a little sense of urgency now after that Dodgers series. So I lean Diamondbacks here too. And I lean over with everyone else, but nothing here for me. And is there any movement on that total going up here? Because I had minus 120 to the over 8.5, and now I have it minus 120 to the under here. Heritage is even showing an 8.
There's been a move to the under. They're giving you even money to take the over.
Yeah, so I can't take the over there, but I stay off. Maybe like we said, they beat the Dodgers in a series. Maybe they're slapping ass, feeling good about themselves, and here come the Padres to give them a smack in the face.
Yeah, who would you expect to have a good start here between these two?
Slade. But again, I've been off on Randy all year. I thought he's been bad and went into the Red Sox and dominated.
Why wouldn't Arizona be able to keep this offense going, traveling just from LA just down to San Diego? They're working.
I think that there just might be a thing where the Diamondbacks just see the Dodgers well. They just see those pitchers well, and they're confident against them here. And then there's definitely you have a chip on your shoulder playing the Diamondbacks here as well. I mean, I'm sure people can feel the same way about the Padres because they were spending all that money, et cetera, glitz and glamour. But it's a tough game for me to bet.
Very tricky spot here where I really like the Diamondbacks. The Padres have not been very good at home. We have a situation where the Padres are being bet, but that means that the Padres are being bet without the bias of I guess I should just stay off. Are you uncomfortable with the Diamondbacks bullpen?
Let's see here because
they've been bad,
pretty short. And short, like they don't have many guys back there. So, and they're pretty used up too, which is not good. So RotoWire does a thing where they totals their last 3 and 5 pitches. And if it goes from red to orange to like white to see, how available they are. Sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's right. 3/4 of the staff is all on orange here. Justin Martinez not going to throw. Bryce Jarvis is not going to throw. Kevin Ginkel, back-to-back days on Tuesday and Wednesday. Got an off day yesterday. I still don't expect him to throw. Thiago Vieira, back-to-back days. He's not going to go. Joe Mantemply through Tuesday and Wednesday. Didn't throw yesterday. If he's going to be available, he's going to be one of the guys I expect to be available, I guess. Paul Sewald will be available. Ryan Thompson will be available. Now, those are their best 3 arms, probably bullpen-wise. But this is a case where they need Slade Ciccone to go like 5-6 innings at the least. So maybe if you're interested, bet over Ciccone outs. But no action here for me.
I'll stay off this. One thing that I beat myself up yesterday was not joining you on the Padres. And I'm going back to that market. The Padres had 26% of the tickets and 44% of the cash. That should have been a clear joining you, and I beat myself up all night. Here, 29% of tickets, but just 14% of the cash. And we have all these people who just saw them rake against the Dodgers. I'm comfortable staying off of this spot. Mally Mal, I moved on the under in the Cubbies game, paying her life on the over. I think the more interesting spot, though, is Troy already had a K on the Cubbies first 5 minus a half, and he was going to add another K to it. So.
Troy, let us know if that second K has been added.
Yes. Let's move on. 9:40 p.m. East, and we have the Trill OG play of the day. Perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing. from our guy LJ from H-Town. We've moved on to Orioles A's. LJ making moves.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H, I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate from down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Swing by Dallas with them Cowboy fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack.
And shout out to Kong's Clips, who said Germany was going to score.
Wow.
And they just did. You have the draw, right? Or you have the.
Yeah, I do. No, I have full game draw. Yeah. That's why my shit just crashed on me. I was like, what the hell is going on? And I just came back and I just saw it. So that's big time. There we go. Yeah, Germany was knocking on the door that whole time as well. So I'm glad they did score. I was getting nervous, Kong. I was getting real nervous.
And now this could just come down to the home team and the penalty kicks is.
Yeah, well, luckily for the Euros, they have to go through extra time and everything still. Yeah. But no one wants to score in extra time. Everyone, when it gets to extra time, everyone's just like, all right, let's just don't lose this fucking game.
Nice call, 20-1.
Shout out to you, Monica.
And Monica getting that cash. Monica stayed strong in the eyes of Flash. I loved it.
Yeah.
And the Clark Edge in the house. Great work, guys. So let's roll here. Trilogy play today. Orioles -1.5. Team total over 4.5. Since Oakland's allowed 5+ runs in 15 last 20 games, there's a team that averages 4.5 runs. Orioles are number 1 in runs scored. It's interesting because honestly, I don't trust Albert Suarez anymore. I think he's vulnerable. Now he's been spectacular at home, and he just shut down the weak hitting Rangers at home. And the A's are a weak hitting team. I wonder if how the Orioles are going to handle playing in front of 500 people in an empty Oakland. Now it is Friday night, but an empty Oakland Coliseum. Let's start with the weather there in the Bay. 74 Fahrenheit, warmer than usual. 9.1 miles per hour left to right, and slightly out. But then it becomes out to right field. Dies down to 7.6 by the end of the game. Let's move on to the line history and the cash flow in this spot. This is a fascinating game. First off, the total is at 8.5, and it opened up at 8, moved 8.5, dropped back to 8, 8.5, 8, back to 8.5, and it's stuck. And now it's juiced to the over. So we have a half run move to that over. On the money line here, we have the Oakland A's at +144. They opened up at +160. The Orioles have gone from -175 to -157. This is a very, very, very interesting spot. Joe Yergin says, it was great after a loss, A's bad after a win. The A's have not allowed a run, back-to-back shutouts. The cap on the last 2 A's games makes me want to smash something. I had Joey Estes, who I was like, just because he's seeing them a second time, but I love him. And I was like, I'm going to back him every home start after this. Of course, he throws a Greg Maddux. And then JP Sears, I said, this is the bounce back spot for JP Sears. Perfect for him. And I don't back him. And it just, really, really, really.
You know what's interesting? I obviously bet against the A's yesterday, but I was thinking in my head, your voice was in my head saying, Joey Estes goes out there, shows what he can do, and sets the tone for the younger pitchers, and you feel like you have to kind of follow that up, like if you're JP Sears, because JP Sears is allegedly the best pitcher on this staff, and if you don't go and you're the best guy, you don't go up there and follow that, then what does that say about you? And of course, he goes out there and does it.
Yeah, very, very frustrating. And Hogan Harris has been quite good. He's coming off of a 3-0 loss at Arizona, and he didn't make it through 4 innings, and he allowed 10 hits. He kept his shit together, but that was at Arizona. At home, he's been quite good. I mean, small sample size, 22 1/3. Remember, this is his last chance. He's got to deliver here if he wants a career in Major League Baseball. 3.22 ERA.
Suarez or Hogan? Sorry,
Hogan Harris. Suarez is proved. Suarez is old, out of the league for 7 years. He's a feel-good story. The Orioles are not hitting lefties hard. 237, 706 OPS since June 1st. Both bullpens have been good. So let's take a look at that cash flow. We know that there's been a big move towards the A's. And when we look at the cash flow for this one, we have 86% of tickets and 94% of cash on the Orioles. Then we have 72% of tickets and 66% cash on the over. Take it away, Jose. The floor is yours. What happened?
I just saw what I'm going to bet in this game.
Oh, okay.
What happened.
Okay. Take it away. Orioles Ace.
Not Blush Allen, wherever you are. I hope you're smiling and sitting here listening because Oakland A's team total over 3.5 minus 110. I mean, this is what Not Flush Allen talks about. The big dog just take their team total over. Suarez gave up 4 earned runs on his own against these A's earlier in the season as well. I don't have the start in front of me now, but it was like 4 innings, 4 earned runs. Our guy, Hogan Harris, I'll just take him out of the equation. I expect him to pitch well, but I'll take him out of the equation because this offense for the Orioles is really, really good, like we all know. So 3.5, I think we can get there. By the way, 4 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs for Albert Suarez. That was his 3rd appearance. It was at home against the Oakland A's here. So let's ride, Oakland. 3.5. That's all I need. And yes, the Oakland or the Baltimore bullpen has looked better. A 10th in ERA last month, 3.35 FIP, so even better than their ERA. That's really good. And I'll say this: we've shit talked him a lot on this program, but Craig Kimbrell has pitched really well, and he has done the damn thing. There was actually a statter or someone posted this that Craig Kimbrell's year stats are now in line with his career stats, which some people would use against him as an argument for a Hall of Fame bid. But, I mean, he's just been solid this year. So, sure, it's a little concerning, but I will take that team total over 3.5, and I'll ride. Jerry Davis, I wish you luck, my man, with your team total over, or team total under, excuse me. But, yeah, I'm on the over.
Huh. I like what you're doing. I also think that Jay Peasy talking about last 43 at bats for the Orioles versus lefties, 186. I also think the back-to-back shutouts has got to, have Hogan Harris thinking that he can pitch well. The A's first 3 plus a half, Jose. What would be your guess that price would be?
A's first 3 plus a half. My guess would be minus 120.
It's minus 140. I think that's telling. Now you can't bet. I'm not going to bet that minus 140.
I just looked at team total over for the first half or first 5 for the A's, 1.5 minus 130. So 2 runs there. If I got 2 runs from the A's first 5, I'd be feeling pretty good about myself.
Yeah. But if the Orioles do destroy, that's when the team totals look great because the dredges of the bullpen come in.
Exactly.
I don't want to double up here, but I'm close to doing it, man. A's team total over 3.5 and A's first 5 plus a half. I think that Suarez is going to be somewhat vulnerable down the stretch here, and I don't think he's part of the rotation come playoff time.
Agreed.
And Morgan Spooner says Oakland where overs go to die. No doubt about that. I'm nervous.
Albert Suarez has a future as a long inning relief guy for the Orioles in this bullpen. If they get blown out in a game in the playoffs, he'll be the guy to come in and throw the 4 innings to get them out. That's his goal. Just inning eating.
All right, I'm in. I'm in it. I think I have to double up here because I like your team total over 3.5. I would like to ask Daby what he thinks about, when these bullpen pieces come in front of 500-600 people. Does that affect anything when they're used to coming in front of 40,000? I mean, it doesn't affect the A's because they're used to it. Do you think it affects?
I don't. But obviously, I'm just thinking about it. Just pitching in eerie quiet after pitching in loud noise kind of freaks me out thinking about it. But I'm sure these guys have done it so many times at this point that, it's good. By the way, fuck yeah, Nuke Worker. We'll fucking take that tie, motherfuckers.
Nice to see you guys friends now, because I know.
Yeah, later it's gonna be war, and I'm gonna wish terrible things upon him. And Helga knows who Nuke Worker is, so I'm gonna be specifically being like, "Fuck you, Nuke Worker," and no one's gonna know who I'm talking about, but Helga will know. Helga will know.
Okay, it scares the shit out of me to have those two bets. I mean, I haven't bet them yet, but to have them hanging late tonight, that's not enjoyable. I feel knots in my back just talking about it. Yeah. Let's move on. 9:40 p.m. Eastern. This is the game I want to talk about. Toronto Blue Jays.
This is like your home bowl. This is the Jimmy the Bag bowl in my head.
Mikey makes everything a little, when you go up against a capper like Mikey, it just becomes more intense. It becomes more intense.
As someone that's done it many a times, Mikey loves doing it. I can agree with you.
Yeah, it becomes more intense. And again, it really helps to hear cappers not agreeing with you. You should never take offense. When I first came into capping, when I was on the opposite side of somebody, they would take offense, send me horrible messages. I was like, what, who are you? What do I care what you're on? You think I was like, oh, I'm going to go. And so it helped. Listen to the people that don't agree with you. Listen. Kevin Gausman, Luis Castillo. Gausman, 4.75 ERA, 1.34 WHIP. On the road, though, 5-2, 2.22 ERA, 201 opponent's batting average, 44 strikeouts and 44 2/3 with 10 walks. He's been great. He's coming off getting touched up for 7 hits and 7 earned runs, 5 walks, 8-1 loss at home versus the Yankees. I don't have to back him. That's what's happened with Mikey's.
It's so funny. I don't have to back him.
I don't have to. I'm not forced to.
That's you telling yourself that as well.
I backed him in 2 of his last 6 starts. I'm 4-0. First 5 have cashed. He threw the shutout in Oakland, and we were lucky that the Red Sox were bumbling clowns in the.
Yeah,
that helped. Mally Mouse says Yankees did him filthy. Yeah, but Gausman just does something. He's not throwing as hard. He doesn't look as good. Castillo is an issue. When's Castillo going to start shoving? The 5-3 loss at home versus the Twins. Now the Twins hit a lot harder than the Jays. This should be the Castillo get right spot, shouldn't it be, Jose? You have consecutive home starts. You're going up against the Jays, who are hitting 234 with a 680 OPS versus righties. There's one bat in the lineup you have to fear in Vladdy Guerrero. Nobody else doing anything. Isaiah Kiner Falefa, who's been our MVP this year.
Yeah.
He's been our MVP.
Out, right?
Yeah. He's out, but he's been our MVP. He's been more important to the team than Vladdy. Now, Vladdy's stepping up here. Morgan says there are 30 MLB teams. When you look at park factors, often you will find Seattle at 31 or 32. The only reason Castillo could ever get under 7 is versus a AAA team in Seattle. Lee Davis showing Gausman's record, 9 starts, 10 appearances, 1-3, 2.75 ERA versus Seattle. Nuki saying that Montoya got fired after the series last year.
Yeah, he also said they went 0-4 last year here.
Another thing about this, Jose, is it'll be sold out tonight.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I remember this because they all the Canadians just walk across and say hello and go to Seattle and go watch this game, right?
All the Canadians without a record, Jose.
Yeah, true.
All the Canadians without a record.
True.
Okay. What's up, Big Bear? Okay, let's roll here. Castillo.
Talking Blue Jays.
Yeah, Carter knows we're talking Blue Jays. He wants to talk Blue Jays. So Jays don't hit righties. Mariners don't hit righties. And the Jays bullpen is horrific. Mariners bullpen 3.84 ERA. Nate Dogg says over 7 for him. And Jay Peasy says Jays have 2 wins on the road on Fridays. Both were back in April.
Christ.
Lee Davis says Mariners burning sage to cleanse the locker room and shit. You know when someone's burning sage, they're fucked.
Yeah, look at Kyrie. He's been fucked ever since.
But I guess I take that back. I burnt sage once, and it actually worked. But there was some horrific shit going on in that spot.
Did you ghost or what?
No, 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 no. We were there was just some horrific shit in the apartment that we got in Parkdale, like horrific, and we were coming into it, and then we wanted to see, we wanted it. We were hoping that Ella would appear for us, so we wanted some good energy, get that crack energy out,
Sure.
crack energy out, positive energy in. It's not, and
you
they
know
just
what?
like that
Color
to
me
me.
interested. I'm immediately interested.
There's a lot of crack in Parkdale, a lot of crack,
Yep.
and there had been a lot of crack in our apartment before we moved in, so we wanted to change the vibe.
Sure.
No
sure.
murders, Rem, no murders, no murders.
Not
no-
there.
So let's pull up the line history here because I'm really, really interested in this spot. Let's get in our line movement here. We have Castillo in the Mariners at minus 130. They opened up at minus 140. Tell me they're not saying Gossman shoves. God. On the total, we are sitting here with this total at 7.5 minus 117 to the under. This opened up at 7.5 and it went down to a 7, Jose. Then it started getting bet up 7.5. I feel like I don't need to necessarily back this total. I certainly don't want to double up on this spot. And Morgan says crack catch is such a bad rep. You're right, man. It's
Morgan,
too bad.
please, can you go on?
Justin McKelvey says shut out crack energy helped him get his Audi.
Oh,
So, yeah.
I'm interested, guys. I want to hear all these stories. I'm very interested. I'm very interested. By the way, Nuke Worker saying that Parkdale maybe not so bad. At least you're not at East Hastings Ave.
Yes, that's in Vancouver. That's just out of control.
Is that by Stanley Park?
No, Maine and Hastings. Just type it in your computer. Vancouver, Maine, and Hastings, and images.
Okay, well, I am going to do that now.
Mr. Heat first 3 tie. Now I've never had a problem Maine and Hastings ever. So the junkies, the heroin junkies, they don't want anything to do with you.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now. There's just bodies in there, just a lot of bodies.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough spot there. We shut down all the mental health ability to help the mental. Like if you are schizophrenic, there's a lot of people down there that are schizophrenic, and they're like, "Look, smoking this crack helps my schizophrenia." What are you supposed to say? No, it doesn't. No, you're like, dude, there's no mental health. There's no place for you. If that crack helps, here's a warm pipe and good luck.
God bless.
Let's get back to work here. JP, we're still trying to figure out where Rick Ross got messed with. He got messed with in the 604. Okay, let's get back to work. Here. Cash wise in this one, we have 82% of the tickets, 70% cash on the Mariners. We have 93% tickets, 94% cash on the over. I find this game absolutely riveting. I can't wait to watch it, but I don't want to put myself in a bad spot. Take it away, Jose. Your plan for Gausman, Castillo, Jays, Mariners.
I'm off. Honestly, I think Kevin Gausman and Luis Castillo fall into the category of pitchers that I do not want to back. And they're just kind of the archetypes for it. Really hyped up in the public, older pitchers, maybe post-prime. I just don't want to back these guys typically ever, really. So I'm off here. I'm more interested in the crack helping the schizophrenia debate. Johnny K saying it might not help. Who's to say, Johnny K? Who's to say? We're not the schizophrenics here, so who's to say? And
we know that the crack doesn't help. But if there's no spot for them, if there's no mental health organ, there's no place for them to go, who are we to say that it doesn't, I don't know. It's a tricky spot.
Well, Kong's Clicks said it looks like Kingston in Vancouver. Let's not start slandering Birdie's good name as well.
It's not King. He said Kensington.
Oh,
Kingston. There's no Kingston is no, Kingston's got a meth problem, but it's nothing like Maine and Hastings. There's no place in North America like Maine and Hastings. The only comparison you'd have is downtown LA in their little tent area.
Old E has good suggestions.
Yeah.
Saying, Troy, may I suggest a small amount of crack? A small one. Old E, that's not a bad suggestion, Old E. I'm glad that you presented the amount as well, specifically a small amount.
Oh, man. I like that.
No action, though, for me. I lean Blue Jays here. I don't trust either pitcher, though, and I lean over.
Well, I think that it's a get right spot for Castillo. I think the Jays are live first 5. We got Chill Will, Lil Domo rolling with us. I think that that Twins lineup compared to the Jays lineup is a huge difference. I think Jays first 5 and the first 5 under 4. Would I find the first 3 and the Jays first 3 more appealing? Let me just look at what that difference is here. So the Jays first 5 are plus 105, 10 cents different in price at 365. And then the first 3, you'd have to turn that into a 2. I already did this morning. That's not helpful. And the Jays first 3 are minus 105. And Jay Peasy says downtown LA little tent area is like 2 square miles.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely huge.
Is that where close to where the egging happened?
No, that's Echo Park Boulevard. No, far away. That Echo Park Boulevard's like right directly in between Hollywood and the tents.
Well, I just looked up Kensington.
It's in Philly, right?
Yeah, shit ain't sweet there.
No, it's the same deal. Like everybody's there. It's like a zombie film that's still being shot. Okay.
Ricky Bobby was down in Kensington yesterday.
Sure. Sometimes you got to get yours, man. Okay.
Yeah, I get it. Man, why don't we do that? How about we use these crack and meth heads and just cast them as extras in zombie films? They've got the movements down. This is kind of like what's his name did with the Greyhounds, rehoming them. You know, let's put the crackheads to use and let's get them in zombie films.
No, I feel you. And there's no, we got guns, man. Lots of guns. They're not held down by knives. That's but look, our spot, it's a little different in Vancouver. Our actions run by HA, by Hell's Angels, so it's a little different. And then we have,
you're gonna say homeowners association.
No, not homeowners. No. And Vitalis wants the next meetup on Kensington Ave, so we can make this happen. Shout out to Chill Will in the horse race. Chill Will is now in the horse race. Okay, let's move past this one. Let's get Daby Cab back in business here for our final game on the board. But Jay's first 5 and the first 5 under 4 is what I will be moving on here. Yeah, Kong. No, the difference is in Canada we have less guns than you guys have in the States, but enough. Okay, let's roll on here. Our final MLB game before we get WNBA with Billy Brisbane. Let's bring back our guy, Dabra Cadabra here. Dabby, Brewers, Dodgers, and Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, California. We have Aaron Cefali's first start with the Milwaukee Brewers. He's not been good this year. He's coming off a good start, though. 2 earned runs over 5 2/3 against the weak hitting Nationals lineup. He's still only got 2 strikeouts. Going up against Tyler Glasnow, who's coming off getting lit up in San Francisco. He's been very good at home. He's been very good this year, but he did get lit up in his last start. At home, though, Glasnow 3.21 ERA, 196 opponents batting average, and they just got slapped in the face by the Diamondbacks. Brewers versus righties 258, 711 OPS, while the Dodgers 251, 770. And the Brewers, listen to this, they allow 1.05 runs less over 9 innings from their bullpen than the Dodgers. It's been a long time since we've said that. So let's get into the line history and the cash flow and the weather. And then here, Daby Cab's next move here on our slate. It is 77 Fahrenheit, warmer than usual. 7.3 miles per hour to right field, dies down to 5.6 miles per hour. Let's get into the total here. This total opened up at 8 and drop down to 7.5. 7.5. Is Savali going to shove for his new squad? Let's get into the cash flow. We have 99% of tickets and 99% of the cash on the over, and this is dropped the half run. We have 89% of tickets and 93% of cash on the LA Dodgers, and we haven't looked at that, have we? The money line here for the Dodgers, oh yes, minus 189, and open up minus 176, 13 cents of movement here towards the Dodgers. Daby Cab, your action, my friend.
Yeah, you want to know what my mother and Shohei Ohtani have in common?
No, I'm gonna edit everything I'm thinking.
It's their birthday today. Today is both of their
that's
birthdays.
great news.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Today is
That's
their birthday.
great. I'm so thankful for that.
Yeah, I figured that's how that would go. It's their birthday today, and you know what? Ohtani's coming off a no-hit game. Savali with the Brewers. It is, new team, new situation. Ohtani's still in that leadoff spot. He's been killing the ball off a no-hit game. Ohtani over 1.5 hits, runs, over 1.5 total bases, not hits, runs, RBIs. That would be like minus 150. Over 1.5 total bases, minus 115.
Ohtani on his birthday over 1.5 bases at minus 115. A lot of love for Daby Cab's mama. Mama Dab says there is more. Happy birthday to Mama Dab. Ohtani over 1.5 bases minus 115 for Daby Cab. What about you, Jose?
No action for me, but please tell your mother we said Feliz Cumpleaños, Daby, as well.
Yeah.
She's a Spanish teacher, so she'd appreciate in Spanish. But yeah, no action for me. I think Savali can go out here and pitch well, though. So maybe an under, but keep it short.
What's going on?
And
Okay, sorry,
someone.
My daughter is here asking me for something. The lock no longer exists on the door.
Good.
Tell me, Daby Cab, your expectations on Savali in his first start as a Brewer.
I think it's about as tough of a first start as you can get. On the road against the Dodgers. I don't think he's going to pitch terrible. If you look at the line sitting at 7.5, it indicates that he's maybe not going to get blown up. But I still don't. I don't expect much out of him here.
I don't either. I'm going to look up Savali's numbers against the Doyers here real quick as I get results here. He has not faced the Dodgers in his career yet. He has faced Ohtani. 1 for 3. Ohtani is. Teoscar has seen him 11 times, 2 hits, 1 home run there. But not much from anyone else, really. So that's very interesting.
I mean, after the Dodgers, I wish it wasn't Savali's first start, because after the Dodgers get slapped in the face, don't you think that they smash back here?
Probably.
Aren't they an angry group that just got embarrassed and is coming to the coming to the stadium today ready to go?
Yeah,
I don't think they're embarrassed.
Right at the top of the lineup.
I don't think they're embarrassed because they're still a shitload of games up in the division and still going to win it and still going to go to the playoffs.
All right.
So that's I just think they're just a professional ball club that doesn't give a fuck if they lose 1 game, 2 games in a row. They'll find a way because they know they're good enough.
Hey, I'm actually about to have to leave for this first lesson, so I'm just going to go ahead and fuck off. But I'll be back here tomorrow with Jose, Jimmy, Jose. Thank you guys. Chat. I love you guys. Let's get paid today. 4 bets, 4 winners. That's how it's going to be.
Don't forget to tell your mom we said happy birthday.
I will.
Please do.
Yes.
Thank you.
You really don't think they're an angry group?
No, lose to the series to the Diamondbacks. Who gives a fuck? They'll just say we'll see you in October.
Do you think that Glass now bounces back or no?
Well, Glass now is pitching to start in the All-Star game. It's him, Sale, Ranger Suarez, all potential, but I expect this game to be an under. So I do expect them to bounce back. And the Brewers are really good at developing pitchers. If you guys have not noticed, they're very Rays-esque in this aspect. And if I had to pick 2 ball clubs, and if I was a struggling pitcher to go to, my first one would be the Rays. And then after I rip my UCL and they ship me off, the next one would be the Brewers. And then the Guardians, obviously, as well, are up there. But the Brewers are very good at what they do.
And Savali could show this team what he's made of. And okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sure a slight, and they're going to fix something that whatever he's doing, and I'm sure he'll pitch pretty well for them.
So Big O is a member of our channel. We thank you so much for that, Big O. But to get in the horse race, you need to be a gold member. Your gold star just indicates how long you've been a member for, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'd love it. We want the gold members we cherish and thank. We cherish all our members, but a gold member gets you into the horse races. By the way, I'd like to race greyhounds or camels. Your pick here, Jose. Let's switch up the animal here. And I've got a roll, so we can only do the one race for all the marbles.
Yeah, I'm going to the beach right after this, and Helga is nonplussed at the amount of laundry that I have to do.
Yeah,
nonplussed.
I would imagine that. Morgan Spooner says you can't fade a guy like Glasnow after one of his worst games with the real edge, like sticky stuff in Spain, right? No, I feel you. Shout out to Fabiano. Says kind of like Savali the deal here. But yeah, please, Big O, you got time here because we are moving on to WNBA with our guy, Billy Brisbane. Let's review all action here for today's show.
Mm-hmm.
We have the pig milk play of the day. Phillies Braves first 5 under 4. Pig milk play of the day now up 16.35 units on 63 bets. Unbelievable. Stacks play of the day is the over 8.5.
I think they're about to call a handball on Spain. I guess not. No. Yeah, they just the ball just fired off of someone's hand, but I'm surprised they're not calling that a handball. So never mind. Play on.
The Pissy Cheerios play of the day by Morgan Spooner. White Sox first 5 money line. Then we have action. I've moved on the first 5 under in the full game under in Angels Cubs out starting off in 1 minute, and Troy has poured himself a tequila and he's ready to sweat this out. 2K on the line.
Oh, so you did put the second K on there.
He hasn't told us, but I know him.
Yeah, he's putting it. You're right.
Jose's on the under 7.5 at even money in Mets Pirates. Darius Moore is on the Pittsburgh money line, Yankees money line parlay. He's also on the Braves run line. Jose is on the Nationals at plus 141, and I will be joining him. Jose's on the Red Sox at plus 124, and I will be pointing and laughing at him. White Sox Mariners, I doubled up on the under in that one, and I was hoping that Jose would find a way to join me. He is not. Tigers Reds, it was very tough to stay off the Reds, and I did that. Giants Guardians, I'm on the Guardians -1. Had I waited for the market to illuminate, I would not be on it. Cab gave us, oh no, he stayed off that Phillies Braves spot. BJ Braves moneyline best bet. Taint play of the day. Braves first 5 -0.5. Ribeye play of the day. Ozuna plus 145. And I was going to move on the unders in this one, but I don't have it here. Did I talk myself off of it?
Which game?
The Phillies Braves.
Yeah, I think you said that you were leaning that way, and then you eventually talked your way off of it, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay, I'm going to take another look at that. Cabs on Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at plus 110. Jose's on the Rays and the under 8.5. I'd like to join them on both. I think the Wizard of Oz delivers. Cabby's on the Astros team total over 3.5. Yordan Alvarez is on the over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Mikey Money, your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play today is Minnesota in the under 7.5. And I stayed off of that spot. Jose's on the Rockies first 5, the team total over 4.5. I'm going to be on the Rockies first 5 plus a half. Diamondbacks Padres, we stayed off, and then Jose's got me on this double up in the A's game. I just hope I don't go into the late game action down and needing the A's. I mean, that's just the worst feeling in the world. Jose's
yes,
on
it
the
is.
A's. You're only on the team total over 3.5.
Yep.
I'm the one who wants to add the A's first 5 plus a half on it. Trill OG play today from LJ is the Orioles on the run line and the team total over 4.5. And then I'm going to be on the Jays first 5 and the first 5 under 4. This is going to be a horrible night of just like knots in my back. Like even if I'm up going into those 4 bets on those 2 games is just going to not be enjoyable. And then Daby
Fabiano wanted to ask real quick, why aren't you on guards minus, or why wouldn't you be on guards -1 anymore?
Oh, it's just not appealing to me with the amount of tickets on it and the line not moving towards them. That it wouldn't appeal to me. I think there's an advantage in every single which way for the Guardians in that game. But we're sitting here right now with, it's coming back now. There's still being 3 cents of movement to the Giants. I was hoping there'd be 20 cents of movement. I moved on that before Pinnacle had come out with a line on it. So I was hoping that I was beating the market, and I don't know if I am. I still like it from an X's and O's standpoint. I just don't like it from a market standpoint. Mally, I did pay the cost for the 5.5 and the 10 in that Cubs game. And Big O heading off to Coors Field. I love that Big O. Have a great time. Otani 1.5 over 1.5 bases for Daby Cab to finish off his card. And Jose, did I miss any of your action?
I don't believe so. I admittedly wasn't listening with a fine-tooth comb because I'm getting our races in order, but I don't believe so.
Look at Ron.
Jesus, Ron. Jesus.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's facts only, though. Facts only. Shout out to you, Ron.
I see Predator, and I immediately think of the Not Like Us Kendrick.
Yeah, well.
Drizzy. Good God. Yeah. He just lit Drizzy up and smoked him. I mean, it's just game, set, match. Give up.
The music video was very good as well. I enjoyed watching
that. The video was incredible.
Yep. It's an ugly business for Drake. Admittedly, I have, and I'm going to continue deleting the Drake off my phone. Now, it's been that ugly. It's been ugly business. So shout out to Kendrick.
Darius, I really like Winnipeg. I wanted to keep going towards Ottawa. Everybody's on Ottawa, except a few of us came out of the woodwork, occupancy, nuke worker, and the over 46. That's down to 44 right now with the announcement that Streveler will be the quarterback. I would like to see how low it gets. Von Polo said the video was awesome. I watched it like 7 times. I couldn't turn. I watched it 3 straight times when I first saw it. Like I was just like, it was phenomenal.
Yeah, I don't. Music videos are definitely an older generation thing. I don't watch them. That was the first music video I've watched in fucking decade.
Okay. Okay.
Am I wrong?
No, I just never heard that take before. All right, let's bring on our star of basketball and mixed martial arts content here on Pub Sports Radio. We will be. Are we racing camels or greyhounds, Jose?
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
How about we go under the sea? How about some crabs?
Oh, I don't like it. I do not like it at all.
No, we have the greyhounds ready to go. The greyhounds are ready.
Okay, I do not want crabs. Come on. That's not fucking. That's just Jesus. That's horrific. Man, you fucking crabs. You want to play pretend? No, we're real animals that race. Good God, crabs. Thank you. Oh, and what did you decide? Greyhounds?
Yeah, the hounds are out.
Thank you. Good God, crabs. Look at this guy. What are we, 5? And he was even singing fucking Little Mermaid there. Even Jesus Christ. Let's talk WNBA. Bring on the star of basketball programming here on Pub Sports Radio, coming to us from South Jersey. Please welcome Billy Brisbane to the show. Brizzy, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. Nice little what was yesterday? Thursday. It's Friday. I'm finally back up in fucking New Jersey. I can bet on not really Forge fucking sports book, so it feels good. The being in a legal state with a bunch of sports books is so much better than having to be forced to bet on one sports book. I don't know how people in illegal states do it.
Well, we love having you, Brizzy. We're having the same mic issues that we were having before. Do you remember what you did to fix that?
We're about to find out right now, because sorry about this, guys. This is
no way. Yeah, make sure you're connected, says Jose. Make sure you're connected. We need to be able to hear
how about now?
Deliver because oh, beautiful. That already sounds better. Okay, beautiful. Okay, Brizzy, let's get to work, my friend. We got 3 games on the show here, and we begin with 7:30 p.m. Eastern action. We have the Atlanta Dream 7-11, 4-4 on the road at the Dallas Wings 4-16, 2-6 at home at College Park Center in Arlington, Texas. The Dream have lost 2 straight games. We last saw them losing at home to the Chicago Sky on Tuesday. 3 days off they've had, or I should say 2 days off, Wednesday and Thursday, and they're back in business Friday. We last saw the Wings in a 104-96 loss at home to Phoenix. They've lost 3 straight games. That was not the bounce-back performance. The Wings have this penchant of going down early badly and having to climb back in 2 games, which, they did versus the Lynx. They got back into it, but and we saw them again get back into it against, who was the other one? Was it just the Lynx? That was the Lynx.
Game.
Let's get into
They cut that to a 5-point game.
Yeah. Oh God, I thought we were going to still. That was even a 2-point game. They were even down just 2.
Yeah,
They're in the 4th, and then they completely fell off here. A Wild Hound in the house says, "Cheers from Dusseldorf." He's got Portugal, France draw, England, and God, what the hell's wrong with me? What the hell's that flag? Jesus, I'm tripping here. Von Polo says Wings here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow for this spot. We have here, go over to the WNBA action. Give me a second. And we have, here we go. We have got out of the top of the first in the Canning steal spot. Can Canning deliver here? I'm a fan. We have the Dream right now plus 4.5. Wow. This opened up with the Dream plus 2 over at Pinnacle. So we've had a 2.5-point move towards Dallas, a big move towards Dallas. In the total, we are sitting here with a 163. It's opened up 165.5. Got up to 166.5 before we had this major move towards the under. Huge move. Netherlands. Thank you, Ryan Kozlowski. I know what the hell's wrong with me. I should have. And a cash flow here for this one. Sorry. We have. Here we go. Oh, sorry. I thought this moved here. There we. Come on. My shit is. Here we go. Cash flow wise, we have 50-50 on the ticket count, but 97% of the cash, Brizzy, on the Dallas Wings. On the total, we have no help, but we have seen this big move to the under. Take it away for us, my man. Dream Wings. We're having the mic issues here, Brizzy. See if we can. Mally Mal saying definitely a winnable game for Dallas. We might, but Lee Davis not pleased with Dallas. Say what, my man?
Give me a second here. I think I have too many
audio.
tabs open.
Okay, all right, I will help.
That's a Jimmy syndrome right there. A lot of Jimmy catches that often.
Yes, it is a issue I have.
How many tabs do you have open right now?
Not that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Not including notes. I have a few pages of note tabs open.
Okay. All right. That's not bad. That's not bad for you. Billy, you alive?
Yeah, does it sound better now that we deleted the tabs?
No, it does not.
No,
it does not.
What? What is the?
Yeah, give your mic an unplug, replug, perhaps, and see if that helps.
Yeah, let's give that a try.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. We're in fucking Media, Pennsylvania.
Okay, well now it sounds better. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, you jinxed it.
How about now?
No. This is not going to work.
The unplug mic.
Okay.
Yeah. As Old E would say, reboot that ass.
That's well put.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's been...
Remo says even his wife is annoyed at Billy's audio.
Oh no! If Rem's mind is annoyed,
Spain scored.
Wow. Well, good, because I'm a second behind. I can't wait to watch this goal then.
Wow, that must make Flash very pleased here. Wow.
Sound
Von Polo says he needs. Let's hear you, Brizzy.
Does it sound any better?
It does sound a little better, but it's not.
Let me see.
Wi-Fi. Yeah,
let me switch then.
Wow.
All right. Okay, we're gonna do a quick switch here from Brizzy. We're talking Wings dream. Why don't we set up the next spot here on the board as well? We have two late games at 10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Aces on the second half of a back-to-back. At the LA Sparks. So we have the Aces 11-6, 5-2 on the road, rolling really nice right now. At the Sparks, who are 4-15, 3-5 at home. Crypto.com arena here. And oh yes, he said the bar just went silent here as Spain has scored in the 119th minute. Says you can hear a pin drop. Wow, Wild Hound. By the way, Wild Hound picked up 40 large last time we were hanging with him. Love the way you cap to Wild Hound, my man. Kong's Clip says off the header, Spain with the goal with only 17 seconds remaining. Brizzy, let's hear you.
Does it sound better now? Because I'm off the phone.
Brizzy, you're in business. You are in business, Brizzy. Beautiful. Great work. Okay, let's go. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Dream Wings. We've seen this move to the wings and a move to the under. How are you playing it?
I like the Dallas Wings here. Both teams coming to this game with a lengthy injury report. These two teams met in the first week of the season. I had a bet on the Dream minus the 5, ended up pushing. Final score is 83-78. It's been rough for Dallas. They lost 13 out of their last 14 games heading into this one. They've allowed 93.8 points per game over their last 5, the worst scoring defense and the second worst field goal defense in the WNBA. And that's been murdering their net rating. They have the worst net rating in the WNBA. But the Dream are 9th in the WNBA, and they've allowed 80 points per game in their last 5. I think the absence of Jordan Canada is going to leave them very thin in the backcourt again without Ryan Howard in the lineup. I think Canada's playmaking ability has really affected the team in a positive way, and I just don't think with these two pace of plays that the Wings defense is going to be a problem in this one. The Dream are already ranked dead last in scoring and field goal shooting. I like Dallas here on their home court, despite their recent losing streak. I back Dallas here minus the 4.
Minus the 4, and we just have a 2-run shot for the Cubs here. I'm sure Troy is losing his mind. Very, very pleased. 2-run shot for the Cubbies. 2-0 Cubs lead. So a move here from Brizzy. Let's just quickly line shop for him here. That is the Wings minus 4 was your action?
Yeah, minus the 4. I mean, shit, you're going to probably have to look around on the books now. This line's just going one way only, and I can't not back the Wings here in this spot. After we made that money on them on camp day last week, it was like maybe this team's a little bit better than what we think. We have a good read on the Wings. So we're going to hop back in the well here. We've been waiting for this game. We talked about this game a little bit for the Mercury game. I wasn't too fond of them against the Mercury, but I thought this was a good bounce back spot for him. Second game home, Atlanta Dream, another injury to their roster, no Jordan Canada. Everything sets up for the Wings to win this game here.
Let's talk about the next spot on the board, Brizzy. Las Vegas Aces 5-2 on the road against the Sparks, 3-5 at home. They've been okay at home. They've been pitiful on the road. They're 4-15 overall. Take a look at the rest situation here. We know, and you set this up for us yesterday, that the Aces are on the second half of a back-to-back, I thought. Are they not?
Yeah, second half of the back-to-back they played last night against Washington at home.
I don't have this listed here, their game against Washington. I don't know why it's not listed here where I'm looking, but the Sparks are on a lengthy losing streak, and the last one was on Tuesday at home against Washington, losing by just 2 points. All the other losses they suffered against, not Phoenix being a good team, but against better teams, have come by margin. Let's take a look at the line history for this one. We have the Aces minus 12.5 right now, minus 107. They opened up at 12, and they got up to 13.5 a few hours ago, but now we're back at 12.5. Half-point move to the Aces, and on the total, we are sitting here with these Aces and Sparks at 173.5. So this has gone up from 169.5. 4 points of movement towards the over, a big move towards the over. And then when we get into the cash flow, we get no help on the total. And on the side, all we know is that 67% of the tickets are on the Aces minus 12.5. A half-point move towards them. Take it away for us here, Brizzy, Aces, Sparks.
Yeah, second half of a back-to-back here for the Aces, third game in 4 days. It definitely helps winning big last night versus the Mystics. Starters didn't really have to play that last little rotation. Vegas, they've been crushing teams this year since Chelsea Gray's been back in the lineup. And their first meeting versus the Sparks, the Sparks actually won. Their last meeting versus the Sparks, they actually won 96-92. Well, I don't think they get the outright win here today. I think this is the ugly spread spot of the day here. On the season, the Sparks are 7-3. ATS is double-digit underdogs this year, and Vegas is 5-4 as double-digit favorites here. I'm gonna have to take the Sparks here plus the points. I got 12.5. You're muted, by the way, Jimmy.
Thank you. Sorry, kids are yelling. Sparks plus 12.5 here. Now runners on the corner for the Cubs as well. 2 out. Sparks plus 12.5 for Brizzy. And DC Cappers plays of the day. Pittsburgh over. Is that first 5 over? Sorry, I didn't see the minus there. Pittsburgh minus a half. So first 5, Pittsburgh minus a half for DC. It is Skeens Day. It's a very strange, sharp action on the Mets. But I get it. I get why you're backing Skeens there. I got it copied and pasted, DC. My bad. And thank you for making sure that we know it. Here we go. There we have moves from Brizzy. He's on the Wings minus 4, the Sparks plus 12.5. Let's move on to the next spot on the board for us, Brizzy. The final spot on today's show, we have the Chicago Sky at the Seattle Storm. The Sky snapped their 2-game losing streak with that 85-77 win at Atlanta on Tuesday. And the Storm have now won 4 straight. Very easy home victories over the Wings. This is their 5th straight game at home, being relaxing at home where they are 8-1 on the season. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Oh, sorry. Here we go. We have the total sitting right now at 161.5 at Penny. This opened up at 162. It did drop down to 160.5 before it climbed up to 161.5. And on the spread, we have the Seattle Storm as 10-point favorites, minus 10 and minus 105. This opened up at 9.5, got up to 10.5, but sitting here at 10. Let's get into the Canning did get out of it. So 2-0 after 1, moving into the top of the second here. And then from a cash flow standpoint, all we know is that 74% of the tickets are on this guy, despite a 1-point move toward a 1 or a half or a 1-point move towards the Storm. Brizzy, take it away. Our third spot here, Von Polo says Storm here. Mal leaning towards the Sky. And shout out to our Nuke worker, says, got to go. If I win the race, throw it back into the pot. You're a good man, Nuki. And says, go Bombers, go. Take it away, Brizzy, our final game on the board.
Yeah, this is the toughest game to call on the board. It feels like too many points with the Chicago Sky, but kind of looking at the matchups, I think it's going to be a tough one for the Sky front court and Camila Cardozo and Angel Reese. Seattle leads the WNBA in blocks per game, allowing 71, 8-1 at home, like you said. Dropped their first game of the season against the Lynx, and they've been on an 8-game win streak at home since. So their first meeting was in Chicago. That total finished with only 145 total points. So seeing this 161.5 total kind of makes me lean towards the under. No bet for me in this game. This is a first game of a 2-game homestand for the Seattle Storm. These two teams play again against each other on Sunday. So maybe we get a little bit of value because I think Seattle probably covers the spread. It could be a backdoor cover, but if Seattle covers the spread, I think we get more points on the Chicago Sky on Sunday, and they won't be a public underdog. So not only are we not backing the public underdog, we'll get more points if Seattle ends up covering the spread. If we can get like 12.5, 13 with the Sky on Sunday, I'll definitely be on them.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Sparks plus 12.5, Wings minus 4. Are there any futures that you have in the WNBA market or that you're interested in?
Nah, no futures for me. The only future I had was the Mercury one, but that number is just long gone. It's not even worth even talking about. But we do have the NBA Summer League popping off tomorrow. The California Classic pops off tomorrow, and that's before the big Las Vegas tournament in the Thomas & Mack Arena. The big game that I have circled for tomorrow is the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings are going to be deploying 2 Summer League rosters this year. One Summer League roster plays on Saturday, and the other one plays on Sunday. For hindsight, Summer League 2 Kings roster is a 4.5-point underdog versus the Los Angeles Lakers. The original Summer League roster is 12.5-point favorites versus China's national basketball team. If that's a hindsight of a difference between talent in the two teams. While I'm not too high on the Los Angeles Lakers Summer League roster, it feels like this is everything for the Lakers, and this means nothing for the Kings. The Lakers are going to probably have Dalton Connect play in the first game. They probably have Bronny James. It's going to be a national television game. And they're only 4.5-point favorites versus a Kings team that their best player on that team is Damon Blackshear from Nevada this year. They're going to be their starting point guard in hindsight. The first team has all the players from the actual roster that we all know of, like Keon Ellis and stuff like that. If you remember last year, the Kings, they had Keegan Murray on their Summer League roster. In the games that he played in, it was like the Kings kind of leaned towards their veteran players already in the system to get them more shots up throughout the offseason. But when it comes to like their developing prospects, they're not really developing the best prospects. So the fact that the second league that they're coming out with 2 Summer League teams, and that's over 30 different players they probably had to pick between for a pool. I think the Lakers -4.5, while it might be public on a Saturday, I think it's a smash spot against the Kings second league roster.
Important notes here from Brizzy. Summer League Lake Show -4.5. I love it, Brizzy. Thank you so much for your time. Don't forget the Locker Room podcast back in business next week, starring Brizzy, Millsy, Big Show, and 2 Cents, and they're crushing it. Thank you so much for your time, my man. Brizzy moving on the Wings -4 and the Sparks +12.5. Please support him on X at getting_bills_. Brizzy, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, my man?
Yeah, shouts to everybody in the chat. Hope you guys had a good Independence holiday. If you celebrated it yesterday or tomorrow this weekend, hopefully we can put some cash in your pocket and keep on cashing those tickets. And, if you guys want to support the channel that supports you, nice little membership, join the little Greyhound race and get yourself saddled up. And we also have the behind the paywall interviews with James Lynch on the if you're a subscriber. So if you're in the MMA content, stuff like that, you get a little behind the scenes work.
Oh, I love it, Brizzy. Thank you so much for your time, my guy. Be well and have a great, great weekend. There is our guy, Brizzy. And we're moving into the bottom of the second here. Can Canning do a better job getting through this action? That is the question. We have a wild hound with both teams to score in both the Turkey game and the England game. Thank you for that heads up. Wow, how my man who's in Dusseldorf as we speak. Jose, my friend, it is time to race for our gold members. Thank you for our gold members. Thank you. Calling Slip saying Sharpie's on in 15 minutes at the Odds Bunch YouTube channel. Shout out to our friend Sharpie. Thank you for letting us know that, Kong, my man. Here we go. For all of the marbles, we're racing hounds, baby. Shout out to the Greyhound. Shout out to the great state of Florida that once supported these Greyhound tracks and races. And shout out to our Ron Walsek, who also in 1984 was the first person to start sending these Greyhound race dogs, sending them to homes after they were done racing. So shout out to them. And how many gold members do we have racing here, Jose?
74. Believe 74 members. We appreciate you guys all for joining us here. All you have to do is become a gold member there. If you don't know how to do that, there's a thing that's by our description that says see perks. Do it on your computer. You can upgrade today. The $9.99 a month, gold member races, discounts, all that good stuff.
I love that. That good stuff. The good stuff makes me think of woo. Here we go, Jose. $50 on the line. We thank you for being a gold member. Now go get that cash. Shout out to Crystal Craig, $100 richer from winning yesterday's race. Jose, get us started, my man.
Yes, let us do so here. See, opening up just one other tab in Google Chrome sends my computer to hell, but we will persevere and nonetheless here. So shout out to you guys. A beautiful day in San Antonio. Let's get racing. Let's get the pups. Goes Juan Ruiz, Sam Colmer, Ricky Bobby, Sam Colmer, who lives in the fucking Worst place in the world, Delta. Ricky Bobby right behind them. Nasty Nate at the top of the screen threatening as well. TJ in the mix. K Wolf in the mix here as well. K Wolf, good dog name there. Nunya also threatening here. Saturated, Jeff Slaughter, Jimmy. This is going to be a tight race. A lot of dogs going up and down.
And Fanatical Jim making a power move to the lead, but now moving backwards. Res Mob moving forwardly, but Billy Friedrich has the lead now with 1/3 of the race left to go. Preston Ekdahl, who if he wins, passes it on, is right there. And here comes Fernando Mendoza making a huge move late. And Big T and Iron Eagle also getting involved. We're down to the final 8 seconds. Big T trying to get to the wire. Jarek White right there. Fernando Mendoza. C-Mac also right there. Here comes Big Show. Rod Zawacki rolling late, sniping Fernando Mendoza at the buzzer. Nunya coming in 3rd place. C-Mac 4th. Wanderese.
I can't believe Connor was 4th there. I thought he was going to win it.
It looked like he was going to win it, but Rod Zawacki had something else in mind. Shout out to Rod Zawacki. I placed 22nd. Let's see. Big Ragu 34th. Oldie 38th, JPZ 41st, Zoe Faye 46th, Ricky Levine 52nd, Resmob 58th, Chill Will now a gold member. He'll be racing with us 2 days a week. Fanatical Jim, who took the lead, finished 66th, and Ron Crawford on his way to Atlanta. Ron Crawford not delivering the goods today, but he is with his play of the day. Let's review all action here and then get this weekend started. It will help if Griffin Canning can get an out. Be nice if we could get... The wind doesn't even look like he's moving at all now. Oh, good. He's got 2 quick outs. Okay, come on, Griff. Come on, baby. Come on, Griff. Get me home, baby. Started out the day with a winner yesterday. It didn't help. Still went 3-4. Let's review all action. I moved on to 0-0 exact score for a hundo. Plus 650. I like it. I mean,
I, by the way, took first half and full game draws in that game. First half was plus 105. Full game was plus 210 or something like that.
I get it, but I get it. Okay, because so if it's 0-0 after the half, you can't lose. I get that. For me, the risk reward works for a hundo, 650. So that is the Copa. Then Flash needed Spain to move on, so I'm sure he's very pleased.
Yeah. He's probably chilling under a bungalow somewhere, just having a Mai Tai.
I don't think that's the case. Okay, very quick inning for Griffin. I like that. So now the live total is down to 8.5. I like that very much. All right, then in the Euros, he wants France obviously to move on. That game pops off in 10 minutes, but he's giving us the Swiss tomorrow. Are you doing that? Are you going to move against England?
No, but I'll tell you this. The same logic that Flash uses for England is going to be the same logic I use when I bet the U.S. not to win the gold in the men's basketball. I am going to be cheering hard for those fuckers to fail. There's all these star talent.
Do you think it's France that does it?
For France, Canada, whoever does it, Serbia, I don't know.
Canada can't do it.
It's going to be interesting. You don't have Edie, right? You guys, that's the issue.
Edie's not that big of a deal, but Edie and Wiggins, we're our bigs are just not good enough.
Yeah.
Now we think Kem Birch, we got a couple dudes that are playing in Spain right now that we'll be focusing on for our bigs, because I think the bigs are a problem here. Now, obviously our guards are very, very good, but
the issue is going to be with the US is that we've seen this before. There's 2 different generations on the team. You got your old men, and then you've got the young guys. And I think there's just going to be a battle between who has control of that team. Is LeBron and Curry going to have control of that team, or is it going to be the younger guys like Anthony Edwards and Jason Tatum? And it's going to be a whole thing. I'm going to sit back and laugh. And it doesn't help that they have locker room cancer Joel Embiid on the team, who has not won a single thing in his life. So I will be using Flash's logic against the U.S. Very soon. But no, I will not be betting on it.
I can't wait to get the odds. I think that Canada will be overvalued. I am very interested in what France is going to be.
I'm very interested because I'm assuming they're going to have U.S. gold or anyone else. I'm going to be very interested to see how that works. And yeah, I obviously I'm Wemby guy number 1, so I'm going to be rooting hard for France as well.
It's going to be very, very enjoyable. So in CFL, I'm on the Bombers full game -2.5, but I'm going to add the first half, and I'm thinking about the total, but I might leave it alone so low. Then I may move on to Stamps in the under in Montreal. I need more time with that one to sit with. That would, if I don't move on, to just be the second game of the year. I haven't bet. I'm on the Ticats +5 in the under 53.5 with confidence, both those spots. Then I moved on the first 5 in full game under here in LA, Chicago. I'd love to start the day in the black. It'd really make things easier. Jose's on the under 7.5 in Mets Pirates. He's on the Nationals, and I'd like to join him. He's on the Red Sox. White Sox and Marlins. That's my double up on the unders. First 5 in full game. I got 4.5 and 8.5. It's now at 8 full game. I'm on the Guardians -1 with some concern. BJ's best bet Braves money line. Matty Ice Taint play today. Braves first 5 -0.5. Ribeye play today. Ozuna. And I'm interested in the unders in that one. Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at +110. Rays -105 and under 8.5 for Jose, and I'm joining him. Cabs on the Astros team total over 3.5 in Alvarez. Jordan Alvarez over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Your grandma's wearing your sister's panties again. Play today. Minnesota the under 7.5. Jose's on the Rockies first 5 and the team total over 4.5. I'm going to be on the Rockies first 5 +0.5. Arizona, San Diego, we stayed off. Jose's on the A's team total over 3.5, which I like, but I just have this feeling about Suarez, and I expect to be on the A's first 5 +0.5. And then I'm going to be on the Jays first 5 and the first 5 under 4. I'd sure like to be in the black going into those games so I don't lose my shit. Daby Cabs on Ohtani over 1.5 bases to close things up. And DC Capper's best bet is the Pittsburgh Pirates first 5 -0.5. And Brizzy gave us the Wings -4 and the Sparks +12.5. That, my friends, is our show for the day. Angels just went to the wall but didn't get over it. So we have 2 out there in the top of the third. The total is at 8.5 at a pick 'em. I like everything that's happening there. Shout out to all of you guys. Joe Yurkovich, Jay Peasy, Bo Jackson, Mally Mal, I'm That Heat, Young Native, Tino, Justin McKelvey, Kongs, Clips off to a great start. DC Capper also on the Tigers and the White Sox. Rem Most, LQ, thank you guys. Truly, truly thank you. Ryan Kozlowski. Oh, he's already got... No. There's no way America's -600. I mean, there's no way. Is that... What book is that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look at everyone's... this is going to be the most public thing
There's
ever.
no way. There's no way.
Come on. I would love to see that, Ryan. I mean, France 1,400. Line it up. Rack it up.
Thank you, Oldie, Ken Mizrahi, Abel Alvarez. Thank you all, man. You guys make the show special. TJ Parks, Wild Hound, who's in Dusseldorf. Thank you guys so much. Everything that you guys bring to the show. The New Worker, Ricky Levine, G. Martinez, Robert Franklin, Rem Most, all of you guys. Thank you so much. Von Polo, Fabiano, Reginald Codes, Chill Will, and Lil Domo. All you guys. Truly, truly thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get that cash. Oh, you're local. There's no way. They won't even they won't be -250. They'll be less than that. You're muted.
Right. I'm having a fucking hell of a last few minutes. Yeah, I hope that the US is minus fucking whatever the fuck, because I'll be fading them. I can't wait.
Jose, excellent job this week, my friend. Get to the beach, and we'll talk. You got to get your laundry and get to the beach. Can you please let's us your action? Happy Venezuelan Independence Day for you, Jose, and your family, and to all Venezuelans out there. And can't wait for the soccer game tonight. Jose, can you bless our action and let's us into the future?
Yep. Good luck to everyone today in all your bets. We appreciate you guys. Nuke Worker, now from 2 p.m. Central Standard Time to about midnight tonight, Nuke Worker. You're enemy number 1. Go fuck yourself. I hope you fucking lose. I hope you have a flat tire today, Nuke Worker. Your Canadian ass is going down tonight, because you, Sam Colmer, Ian Cameron, Gogster, everybody here is going to learn the meaning of Venezuelan grit, determination, and craftiness, because we're going to fuck with you guys the entire 90 minutes. It's going to be 0-0, and then you guys are going to fold under the pressure of 90,000 Venezuelans all screaming and chanting about how their government's going to fall in the next coming days. God damn it. So say hey and leche de los bookmakers.